Good morning, everybody. I'm still getting ready. Put a little lip gloss on. Good morning, everybody. Michael and Chris. Cha-cha love. I put some music on to keep the dogs calm, and it's Christmas music. I don't know if it's 10 o'clock. I'm late. I know. I was doing my hair. I can't help it. I'm wondering if I should change the channel. I don't know if I'm quite ready for Christmas music. Who's ready for Christmas music? Good morning, cutie pie. I did a little 1950s flip this morning, little comb out. My hair is getting so long, I need to either just leave it be or get a cut. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do yet. Okay, I can't handle the Christmas music. I've got to back out of this a little bit here. And let me find something other than Christmas music. I love the piano music, but I just cannot do Christmas music yet. It's fall.
Think you're a good driver?
Good morning, Boots and Bounty. Okay, good morning, Lynn over at Coffee Angel Crafts. You guys will have to let me know in a minute if the music is too loud because I just want it for the doggies. My little Harley this morning, my little Jack Russell Terrier Harley, he had a seizure this morning, so I kind of want to keep things nice and calm here for him. Good morning, Denise. Let's do Dolly Parton, LOL. I don't know if it picks it up in the background. I think I can get in trouble for having Dolly Parton. Or are you talking about the hair or the music? I can do Dolly. Just get me a good water bra. I can do Dolly. Not as good as she does, but I could try. So I don't know if anybody can see because I've got that little question mark up there. You guys see my bag? You see my bag that I got from E3 Farm? Stead, look. I've got it here with me this morning already. I had to bring it into the live. Look at how adorable that salty heifer is. I cannot get over her. I will be talking about her for weeks and months. I love her. So I want everybody to chime in. I need a name for her. I need to name my little salty heifer bag that was sent to me from E3 Farmstead as a beautiful gift. I love, love, love it. And I name everything. She has to have a name. So you guys start chiming in on what you think. What does she look like to you? What does she look like? Let's name her today, shall we? Let's set this down. Isn't it a cute bag, Cha-Cha? I love it. E3 Farmstead sent that to me. Good morning, everybody. Got 10 in the house already here having coffee with me this morning. Who made coffee? Who made coffee? You want me to name her Betty Boo? Don't we have a Bitty Boo on YouTube? Daisy, that's a cute name, Denise. And I saw earlier, Denise is recovering from surgery. So everybody send some love to Denise. I know she's recovering from a surgery. She wasn't feeling well. And hopefully she will be pain-free after this surgery once she's done recovering. I'm really hoping that happens for her. She's really kind of been put through the ringer as of late. Denise, I'm sure she won't mind me sharing. She's a fellow cancer survivor. Matter of fact, she was here at my farm the day that I was diagnosed with cancer. She had come to the farm. I don't remember, Denise. I don't know if you had come by to drop something off or pick up some eggs. I'm not sure exactly why Denise was here, but I remember standing on the porch with her and I had been mowing the lawn and I was having difficulty. The chute had gotten clogged on my riding lawnmower and I couldn't bend over to unclog it. Well, I didn't know I had a 23-pound tumor in my belly at the time. That's why I couldn't bend over. But Denise was here and we were on my front porch and we were talking and chatting. And just hours later, I was in the hospital. It was the craziest thing that she had been there that day. And it was a complete surprise to both of us. You know, when I would talk to her later, she's like, I had no idea. It's like, I had no idea. None of us had any idea. And I've had some people say, well, how did you not notice a 23-pound tumor? I'm a big girl anyways, but that tumor had grown in and was pushing up on my diaphragm. I was having trouble breathing and chest pains, but I thought it was my asthma. And I was on my breathing machine all the time, trying to get a full breath of air because I just couldn't fill my lungs up. And I thought it was asthma. It was that tumor pressing on my diaphragm. Good morning, Kansas Misfits. Oh, look, I've got my readers. I can actually read today. And Sue's, see who's here. Is Daz here? I see somebody mentioning Daz. Denise said she was here to buy eggs that day. Okay. No worries about tagging, responding. You know what? I find, Casey, it's very hard for me to tag on, if I'm on my phone or my iPad, it doesn't automatically generate. And sometimes I just say, hi everybody in chat, because I can't hit everybody. I'm going to sneeze. I'm sorry. And I'm not even cutting onions today. My goodness. So I've got some fun stories to share today. And then, hello, Q Kitchen. Listening and working. So much to do. Oh my gosh, I know there's so much to do. But I lack the motivation of light to do it. I don't know what I'm going to do. I've got so much to do and so many things to record and so many things to do here at the house. And I just can't seem to generate the energy to do it all. Isn't that the worst, Alicia? YouTube needs to update that feature in the mobile apps. They do, because I know people say hi and I will put the @ sign and then just the first couple, like if they have a really long channel, like I have a long channel, I'll put the first couple things and I hope it gets picked up and they see it. I don't know if it does or not. Thank you for my blessings for sneezing. I'm sorry I didn't do the whole elbow thing. Dap. Anyways, who's paying attention? I'm going to get rid of this banner. Get rid of this banner real quick because I already said good morning to everybody. So I have lots of stories today. I've already given some love out to E3 Farmstead. If you are not subscribed over at E3 Farmstead, please do so. They sent that lovely bag, and I just absolutely, I'm more thrilled about it than the gift card. And I want to explain a little bit about this gift card that they sent. They had a giveaway over on their channel when they reached a certain milestone on their channel. And Lisa over at Yogi Hollow Farm, she won the grand prize of this gift card. And she said, give it to Country Mama. So she had them send it to me. Well, since in between that time, we have another member in our homesteading YouTube community that I really felt that I needed to pay it forward and bless them with the card because they need it right now more than I do. And I discussed it with Lisa and she said she was fine with that. And then when I told Papa Jim, he said, you know what? We're going to send them that gift card, but I want you to still honor what Lisa wanted to do for you and get something that brings you joy. So you, in essence, spend that gift card on something that brings you joy. And I will, in essence, cover it so we can still send the gift card on to the family that you want to send it to. So it's kind of like the best of all worlds. I did pick up something yesterday. I still don't even have it brought in out of the car because it's too heavy for me to carry. But I'll do a video and I will show you guys what I got with that gift card. And then we're still blessing another family, paying it forward. So I think that's wonderful. Hello, Brian. My milk cow as a kid was named Mabel. My grandmother was named Mabel. My grandmother spent most of my childhood doing this, which meant I'm going to beat your butt. Although Mabel should actually stand for mothers always bring extra love, but that didn't work in that case. I don't think I can do Mabel. I think it will bring up too many childhood memories of, she didn't do this though. She didn't do this. She did this, but this is not what she used. I do remember a switch from a tree. I think I was 4. Oh my gosh, all the way down the street. And she liked to throw coffee cups at people. Yes, oh, look. Okay. Nightbot. I finally have Nightbot. Do you guys see the little Nightbot? Did it show up on your end? I learned how to work Nightbot last night. I put a couple things in and look what it says. Get your own Country Mama Musings coffee mug here. Oh, your grandmother was named Mabel too? Good morning, Big Matt. Good morning. Yeah, I worked out Nightbot. Sip my coffee. Let me grab my coffee. I'm left-handed, Look! Ah! Country Mama Musings. I got my mug on a mug. Look at that. It's me and a baby chicken. And if I drink it as a left-hander that I was truly intended to be, it says wrap your mitts around two hot chicks. But see, now if I had it on this side and as a left-hander I wanted to see it. Did I spell chicks right? I did. Wrap your mitts around two hot chicks. Yay! So if you're left-handed, you're going to see my mug and the world's going to see the saying. If you're right-handed, you're going to see my saying while the world sees my mug. Look, I got lipstick on it already. I already broke it in. So I marked them down. You know, when you put your merch together in this shop, it suggests a price for you. And so I took it down. I didn't want it to be too expensive. So I know I had one friend say, I can't find a promo code to put it in and get a discount. It won't let me go any further to purchase it. There's no promo code. I went on this end of it and I marked it down. So I think, I forget what they were suggesting. They were suggesting like $15.99 or something. And I took it down to, I think, $12.99. Oh, look, Nightbot did again. Nightbot is like posting fast and furious. I need to spread them out a little bit. Good morning, Nightbot, my arch nemesis. You have never selected me to win anything on Tim's Tuesday Night Lives. Now you're here to continue to bring me misfortune. There's no giveaway here, so there's no misfortune. It just tells you to subscribe. It reminds you to give the thumbs up, and then it gives you the link to my merch. That's not going to pick anybody. It's not going to be biased at all. Yes, Kansas Misfit, as I choke on my coffee. You can set it up to say whatever you want it to say. I watched a couple of tutorials on YouTube to figure out how it works. And I want to say this as delicately as I can. There are a lot of great techie tutorials out there. You do what you want to do. I have a very difficult time understanding a lot of them. A, because I'm not a techie, and B, because there is a cultural gap and a language gap. So, but if you search, though, you can find some that are a little slower, a little less techie, and a little easier to possibly understand. And I hope I said that in a gracious way. So I had to watch a few last night where I was just sitting here going, I can't understand what they're saying. B, I can't understand what they're typing because they're typing in a different language. And so I have no idea what they're doing. But I did finally find one that a young lady, she calls herself Catwoman, I think. It's not the name of her channel, but that's what she calls herself. She wears these little cat ears. And she was very good at explaining how to set up Nightbot, what Nightbot is, how it works, what to do. So look those up. Good morning, Granny Moreno. Look, Granny Moreno, look. It's my mug on a mug. I finally started doing merch. Look at that. I got lipstick on it already. So this is the first mug that came in. I ordered 2 samples. This one, and I forget what other one I ordered. And this side, Granny Moreno says, wrap your mitts around 2 hot chicks. So funny. I love it. Thank you. I just have to have a place to put it. So I'm not reaching around all the time. I'll just set it right there. Okay. So I love the mug. I was so happy it showed up. So I'm expecting one more mug. And then if it shows up by next Wednesday, I will show you that one. And then I also ordered a shirt. So I'm still waiting for the shirt to come in. Look, I'm wearing a sweater. It's sweater weather here. It was in the 60s this morning. So it's just kind of like cozy up with your favorite blanket weather. It's starting to set in. And I broke out a sweater for the first time. So I've got my coffee. I've got all of my friends. How is everybody doing this morning? I'm going to check back on the chat here just to see if I missed anything. Oh, your cough is hung around? Oh, that's not good, Nisi. No. Freehandly made, you're not Nisi. I can't keep my name straight this morning. Or are you? I don't know. At the Green Acre, do not anger Nightbot. Do not look or speak directly into it. I'm hoping it will help me. I'm hoping it will help me kind of put things out here. I don't know. Sometimes I pay attention to it in feeds. Sometimes I don't. So we've kind of had a lazy week here around the farm. We need to get everything ready for winter. We need to just spend one day going out there and just kind of cleaning everything up and getting everything out of the way. I know I've got some stuff out here on the deck. And it's like, if I get a foot of snow, somebody's going to trip over it. So I better make sure I clear everything. We're still getting tomatoes in off the vine. I think I put 10 pounds of tomatoes in the freezer yesterday. I must be up to, I don't know, 40 or 50 pounds of tomatoes in the freezer. And then our big slicers are coming in. And I found some bell peppers that the chickens didn't get to. So I'll be making some spaghetti sauce or pasta sauce later on this week. And I've got a few other videos that I'm going to be putting up. Who saw my crying onion video? Did anybody get a chance to see the crying onion video? I want everybody to know that was in jest, but it really did happen. I really was crying. When I would grab a towel and press up against my eyes because I was crying, I really was crying. The fumes on those Vidalia onions. And I did have a fan going. I had a big box fan blowing, and it was way too much. But I want to know how many of you were able to watch it, and if you caught my typo. There's a typo in there. I was going to render the entire thing, edit it and re-render it. And I thought, oh, it's just too much work. I can't do it. I'm just going to leave it and see if people pick up on the typo. There's a few of you that said you did. Lynette says she broke out her blanket last night. Her dog stole it within minutes. I need to get better at just like doing this. So it pops up so everybody can see. I really wish it would let me toggle down, but it doesn't let me toggle down. I want to do that. Oh, your husband has been gone for 2 weeks, Kansas Mitfit. My goodness. It is, Nisi. I'm sorry for handling. There are a couple channels that I still kind of flip-flop on and I can't remember. So yes, Nisi. Good morning, Ann Dale. I'm glad you're here. And Lisa, I know that you're at work, so I know you can't chat. But Nisi, you can't stay long. You had flooding. Oh no. That's not good. I'd like to hear that. I heard there's a lot of rain down in the south right now. Denise, you about peach your pants laughing at me cutting those onions. Oh, I felt like Popeye. My eyes were burning so bad. And the day before that was when I cut up all peppers for my sweet pepper jelly. Oh, between the peppers and then the next day, the onions, I was all cried out. I lost 3 pounds. I love my mug. Oh my gosh. I love my mug. I can't hardly stand it. Okay, so I told you guys I had some stories to share with you today. And so I'm going to share just a few stories that I had written down, things that have been happening. Oh, Daz says he fell asleep. We had daylight savings. See, this is where I need to just like hit that. Oh, you know what, Daz? If you need to take a nap, you take a nap. If you need to go to bed, don't stay up on this. Don't worry about it, okay? I want you to get some rest. Good morning, Inca. Good morning. So this week, I'm sitting on the edge of the couch. I feel like I'm going to fall off. Let me back up a little bit. This week, we went down to our local farm supply store, and hubby was picking up a Pew Pew. And he was back at the counter with the Pew Pew man. And I had been roaming the store to see if there was anything I was interested in putting into my cart. And my son has been telling us, oh, don't get Gatorade and don't get this, because I've kind of been stocking up on things just in case we happen to get sick here. And so I stocked up on some Pedialyte and some Gatorade just in case. And my son says, oh, no, now you got to get this other thing, and it's Body Armor. He goes, it's got a lot of electrolytes. It tastes real good. I swear by it. I swear by it. It's so great. And so I was walking through the store, and I saw, good morning, Laura. I saw this Body Armor drink. And so I put a few of them in my cart. And I walk back to where my husband is, and he's at the Pew Pew counter with this young man. I'm going to say probably 20s, tattoos, nothing against tattoos. I mean, my God, I have them. I'm just trying to paint a picture here. Very young. And I walked up and I said to Papa Jim, I said, hey, I found that body armor drink that James, our son, has been talking about. So I picked a few up for us. And the kid behind the counter goes, oh, yeah, those are great. You're going to love those. They are really good. You are really going to love those. I'm like, good. I've heard good things. And he says, you guys are going to love them. I mean, he can't tell me enough about this body armor drink. Going to love them. And he goes, and you know what? My girlfriend, we're expecting our first baby in February. My girlfriend's drinking them. He goes, you're really going to love them because they make you lactate. And there was just this awkward pause. Because why? I told him, I said, I'm far past the stage in my life where I want to lactate anything. And he's talking to both of us. And I said, Papa Jim, do you want to lactate? He's like, I don't want to lactate. And I looked at the guy, I said, we don't want to lactate. And he says, but they make you build up breast milk. He says, my girlfriend's looked all into it. It's really a great, he didn't say side effect, but hello, HVAC, fireman HVAC. He goes, it's really a great thing that happens when you drink this is you get breast milk. He's sitting there, he's got a pew-pew in his hand because they're signing it all and getting it together. And this guy just gets on this kick about lactation. And I keep saying, I don't want to lactate. I'm past that stage. Why do you think he goes, well, I don't know if it'll make you lactate, but it's really a great thing that it makes people lactate. You really need to look into it. Oh my gosh. It was so awkward. And then his girlfriend walked up because she was in the store. And then at that point, my husband and this guy walked up to the front to take the pew-pew up to customer service to drink. See, Chris drinks them all the time. He doesn't lactate. But I told his girlfriend, I said, you missed a really awkward moment. And I said, I know everything you're doing to lactate. And she looked at me like I'd lost my mind. I said, oh, your boyfriend just told us all about how you're drinking this drink so you can lactate. And he thinks it's a wonderful thing because we'll lactate too. Right? So my son called this morning and I said, oh, thanks, by the way. Thanks a lot. And he says, what? I said, do you know what you've done to your father and I? He's like, oh my God, what? What's happened? I said, we're drinking that body armor. He says, I know, isn't it great? I said, now we're lactating. Thank you. He says, what? I said, look it up. Do the research. This stuff makes you lactate. It enhances your ability to create breast milk. So your dad and I are lactating. And remember, this is the kid who believed that the space shuttle used to take off from our concrete plant. I used to take all the kids out when they were little, and it looked like that would be where the space shuttle would take off. So, and he believed it clear into adulthood. So I said, yeah, your dad and I are lactating. Thanks a bunch. And he was like, oh, I don't understand. I got to look into this. Nina and I, we're drinking it. We're not having any trouble. I said, you're not developing breast milk, really? Because that's apparently a side effect. Your father has to wear a bra to absorb his lactation. So finally, I told him about this story about this guy down at the farm store, being so excited because it makes you lactate. And it really would have been one thing if he would have said, you know what, my girlfriend's drinking that and it works really good for this. It was the fact that he looked at both of us and said, you guys are going to love it. It makes you lactate. And it's like, oh my God, it was such an awkward conversation. But when I told his girlfriend about it, the floor manager was there. I said, I don't want him to get in trouble for talking about lactating with a customer. So please don't reprimand it. It was just the funniest thing. They're laughing and laughing. And then those girls start talking about making ice cream with breast milk. And it's like, I got to go. I got to go. I know it's a valid thing, but I think my lactation story ends here. And so I left. But I told my son, I told my son all this stuff about us lactating, and then I told him the story about the guy down there. He goes, "So you're not really lactating, right?" No, we're not lactating. I could have let that go for a while, though. That would have been funny. It would have been funny if the next time he came over, if I put like water balloons in my bra or something, so I was out to hear and say, "See, do you see what you did?" Yeah, kids that are drinking energy drinks like soda, tell them to stop. It's causing heart attacks. Not saying body armor is just the energy drinks like Red Bull and such. So Casey, my son, was drinking Red Bull every day. I know my brother-in-law was drinking it a lot, and then my son was drinking it a lot, and he said he had to get off of it. He wasn't feeling right. And of course, I mean, he's 38, he's not a kid, but he got off of it, and now he's drinking the body armor, which I think just has a lot of electrolytes and no caffeine. I haven't really, oh, it's got coconut water in it. Supposedly it's the coconut water that helps you lactate, is what I've picked up. I'd rather lactate than have a heart attack. Oh, Michael, if you start lactating, Sarah might have a heart attack. I don't know. Pinkies up. Pinkies up when you wrap your mitts around two hot chicks. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy with this mug. I cannot tell you. Um, Healthy alternative to Gatorade and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm going to do a little more research on it. We tried the berry one, and it was okay. And then we tried the strawberry banana, which was much more enjoyable. And then I think I have a orange or a tangerine something in the fridge getting cold. Um, I've never had, well, no, I can't say that. I don't consume energy drinks on the regular, but I have had Red Bull because I had, oh my gosh, what is that called? Oh, I got to think back to my party days 10 years ago. Mm, a Jaeger bomb. Who's ever had a Jaeger bomb? You take a shot of Jägermeister and you plop it, cup and everything, into a glass of Red Bull, and that's a Jaeger bomb. And so I've tossed back more than my fair share of Jaeger bombs. I don't that Jaeger bomb, Jaeger's just Jägermeister in itself is enough to. It's one of those drinks where you're like, yeah, I think I'll hurl if I ever have that drink again. So I'd have a couple of regular drinks to where you're feeling pretty good. Nisi knows what I'm talking about. And then the Jaeger bombs would start making the rounds, and I'd have a few Jaeger bombs. And it's one of those drinks that just sends shivers all the way down your spine, and you're not sure if you're going to be able to keep it down. Jaeger bombs, yes, Q Kitchen says. Lynette, when I was getting everything ready to set up for this live this morning, I had the dog was sitting right here on the couch, and she was farting so loud. I thought, oh God, I'm going to be in a live, and you're just going to hear this come out, a little side squeak out to my left, and somebody's going to think, is she farting? It's my dog. But I put them outside. They're outside now. Yeah, they don't. Orange mango. Ooh, I think that's what we have is the orange mango, and then there's pineapple coconut and tropical punch. So I'm not a fan of the berry one, and I think I'll try the strawberry one again. But I do have the orange mango, and I'm going to try that. I wish they had a peach mango. Peach mango is my favorite combination of anything. It really is. Oh, wait a second. Somebody drinks coconut milk. It's it's our good friend Inca, and she has never had that issue. No, ma'am. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that you're not having lactating issues with this drink. Funniest thing ever. I think I think from now on, anytime my son's around, if I'm drinking one, I'm just going to stop and act like there's something wrong and clutch my chest, clutch my pearls. And he'll say, Mom, what's wrong? It's like, my milk's letting down. My milk's coming in. I'm going to see if I can just really put that out. I prefer Jaeger straight these days. Red Bull would cause my heart to explode. I just don't think I could do Jaeger straight. I don't think I can. I'll tell you one thing I can never have again is a White Russian, because we went out one night with some friends. And I think I started out with like a 32-ounce big cup of a White Russian. And that was before we left the house. And I don't know, we went to 2 or 3 different clubs. And I remember there being fuzzy navels, slippery nipples, more Jaeger bombs, and another White Russian. And I spent most of the night in the back seat of the truck. Yeah, Jaeger's nasty. It's funny because I just saw this. I just saw this, and I thought it was one of you guys saying, "Hey, get your mug." I'm like, "Yes, promote my mug," and then I realized it's Nightbot. It's doing its job. So I'm going to have a lot of fun in the future playing with the whole milk lactation thing. I saw I'm a mess. Hey, I'm a mess. I can't help it. I can't help it. Yeah, it's always the dog. Blame the dog. Always. I love how you guys have your little side chats. No lactation issues, and I drink coconut water and milk. Well, I mean, and so Q says maybe I'm too old. I mean, that's the point, right? I don't know. I don't know if this young man, as mentioned earlier, was just excited at being a new dad and, he's kind of throwing information around. Or, I mean, I have 7 grandchildren. Does this man really think that I'm able to lactate? Am I fat enough? Did he think I was 7 months pregnant? And he's really excited to share with me that it'll help my milk come in. But what about Papa Jim? I mean, he said it to Papa Jim too. Do we need to worry about Papa Jim? Why does he think Papa Jim needs to have some, milk coming in? All right, Nisi. I hope you get that flooding issue taken care of. My goodness. And Q has to go back to work. We got to get back to that comment. Oh, God. I'm going to put this into my deal. I really am. Lynette, that's perfect. I might even put it on a mug. If I lactate, it would be powdered milk. I'm going to throw that around to my kid. I'm going to put some powdered creamer out on the counter or something. Comes over, I'll ask him if he wants some cream for some coffee and tell him that's my powdered milk that I lactated from having this drinks. Oh my God. Oh God, that makes me laugh. Oh, you won't lactate unless you're pregnant or have recently delivered. Your body needs the proper hormones to produce milk. And that drink isn't going to do that for you. It just might aid in production. I know, but this poor guy, he was so excited. Hashtag powder milk lactation. Put it on a tea. Oh my God. Thank you for the mental imagery before I go to sleep. Oh my God. You know what I'm going to do? Oh my God, I'm going to do this. Oh my God. I'm going to take the little round, flat little ball jars for canning. The little half pint ones or the little 4-ounce ones. I use them for my spices. I'm actually going to decorate one up for Christmas and put powdered cream in there and give it to my kids for Christmas. Mama's blend. Oh, Taz, I'm sorry. That's what you're going to bed with, the image of powdered milk lactation. Oh my God. I need to put different flavors on it. Mama's blend. Save the milk. Some stores are out of milk. Oh my God. I'm going to do that I should do that. Oh my God. I should make one and take it down to the kid at the store. And I should tell him, you're right. I drank some of that body armor and I started lactating, but it came out as powdered milk. Merry Christmas. This is my peppermint mocha blend. Oh my God. It would have to be printed on a t-shirt a bit lower than usual. Oh, I need a hashtag SAG. Oh my God, I can't hardly drink my coffee. That was so funny. I spit your coffee out. He would believe me. It is the funniest thing that happened all week. Jim and I were laughing about it all the way home. And this has just made it all the richer. Oh my God, I'm going to do that. And I'm going to have to film it. I'll probably get banned from this store. Oh my God. I really am. I'm going to mix him up a little something and take it to him. You are right, young man. It does work. Here's some organic peppermint mocha powdered milk blend. And like I said, I should make little labels that say Mama's Blend. Country Mama Moosings. I'm going to laugh myself into an asthma attack. It might go viral. It might, especially if I, oh my God, I could hashtag it just right that I might be able to get that company to give me some of that. Yeah, I'll tell them. I'll tell them it has like really weird psychedelic dream capacities as well. Oh my God, that's funny. I'm going to tell them it's better than CBD oil. It's CMM milk. Country Mama Musings milk. It's better than CBD. Oh God. See, hot flashes. My milk just let down. Stocking stuffers. Oh my God. It'd be so funny if I put like little candy canes on the side as stir sticks. Oh, little Hershey Kisses on the top that look like little nipples. Oh my God. I could just go crazy with that. Okay, I'm going to move on to another subject so we can jump back into this when I bring people up on the panel. We'll laugh about this stuff. See, I wrote down all of my little things here that I wanted to discuss over the last couple of times. Body Armor drink makes breast milk. It's right there. Oh my God. Whew. I love CBD muscle rub and the CBD beauty oil. Trick or treat, dress up like the cow for. Okay. I could get one of those costumes as a cow that has the udder right in front. I could just walk up with an empty jar and I could have that little plastic udder filled up with dairy creamer and just dispense it right there in the store. Oh, fresh squeezed. Oh my God, if only I could really make that work. Oh crap. Oh my God, that would be funny. It's like, you're right. Look what happened. Squeeze it all out into a jar. Fill the udders with powdered sugar and poof them. Mama's Blend, the udder cola. It's utterly ridiculous. Oh my gosh, I could package them up and I could carry them in my little bag that has my cow on it. Oh, see, now all my other stories, they're just going to be like really big letdowns if I start talking about these other stories I had written down. So, I think what I'm going to do instead is I will just post the link for you guys to come on. And if anybody wants to come in and chat, you can come in and chat. Make sure that there's nothing near your laptop or your device that's going to pick up a lot of exterior noise, barking dogs, crying babies, milking machines, anything like that. I should make it like it's a commercial, like it's a real thing, like Grubterra. I should do it like a Grubterra commercial. Oh my God. Too funny. So there's the link. If anybody wants to come up on and chat on the live, we'll open it up. And yeah, milking machines. Oh God, that was funny. Oh, so I'm going to see if anybody wants to join me. Oh, look, dang it. That's so stinking cute. I should do like this. I should take a picture like that, huh? I should do that. I've got my little face with my little chick right there, see? And now I need to take a picture of my face with my mug up against my cheek like that. Moo sings right across the chest. Hashtag body armor. Okay, so, oh, look, Laura from Hedgehog's here. Let me bring her in. Good morning, Laura.
Oh, how are you?
Well, I'm I'm obviously delirious.
You are. I think you should make a full-on like commercial for it. You know,
I
like
should.
like it's a real thing.
I
And
should do it. I should do it like the sound of a tiny little air compressor hissing like there's nothing coming out but
yeah,
air. Are you feeling a little deflated, dejected? I could do it like a Vitamita Vegemin commercial. Just 2 drinks of body armor.
there you go.
Mmm, tasty. Do you poop out at parties? Are you unpopular? You want it to be a completely serious commercial, Michael? You should jump on here, Michael.
Oh, that's
I
hilarious.
drank it all. I love my little mug.
So I
And you
missed your
guys are wondering, I mean, they're good sized mugs too.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
not little, 11 ounces.
What's it say? Wrap.
Wrap wrap your mitts around 2 hot chicks.
Oh, nice.
And then it's got me and the chicken in the front.
Yeah, cute.
And on the thing that I put for the describer, it says, um, coffee, hot chocolate. If I'm not your cup of tea, that's okay. At least buy it for the little chicken, because who doesn't love little chickens? Who
Oh,
doesn't
good.
love chicks?
Yeah,
I might not be a hot chick in somebody's eye, but I mean, the chicken's cute. So you got to buy it for that.
right. So who are you
Michael's on the clock.
going through to get your cups?
I'm sorry.
Who are you going through to get your cups?
Teespring.
Oh, Teespring. Okay.
I went through Teespring. I haven't really branched out to look at the other companies that were out there. I just know a lot of people were using Teespring, and it was pretty easy for me to navigate.
Okay.
So I designed a few cups and a couple of teas and just started putting it out there.
Yeah.
I know what everybody's getting for Christmas.
Yeah. There you go.
I won't be getting that one for my kids, though, because it would be a little awkward.
Yeah.
Unless
Yeah.
I fill it with some powdered milk or powdered sugar or something, and a bottle of body armor.
Here you go. You can produce your own. Here's your body armor.
Right?
And look, this is a sample of what it's like.
Remember all those years I breastfed you? Guess
Mhm.
what? Mama's back. Hashtag Mama's back. So Kansas Misfit says, it reminds me of when my mom went in to get a mammogram, and I told them to pump them up like she was a teenager. It was uplifting. Get it? Oh, those tests are no fun.
No, I get
Really, they're nothing to laugh
twice
about.
a year, so it's not fun.
So, so what have you been up to?
Oh, what have I been up to? Just, filming stuff and taking care of the yard and house and crazy stuff like that.
You sound so enthused.
I know. I'm going to make some zucchini bread this afternoon with the last of my zucchinis and, fun stuff like that. I make a real sweet zucchini bread that everybody likes. So,
I look forward to seeing that one.
yeah. So, just processing a lot of food too.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you. It's like we waited forever for those tomatoes to come in, and now they're coming in so fast I can't get them in the freezer fast enough.
Right.
And now I need to thaw them out and actually get them into my turkey roaster and just let them cook low and slow and make a pasta sauce out of them.
Right. I was just thinking, I had a bunch of green tomatoes in a bag in the closet, and I just took those out, and they're starting to ripen up already. So
I was going to do that. As you had suggested. And so I told Papa Jim about it. He's like, no, give them a little more time. They're going to ripen up. I feel it. I can feel it in my bones.
yeah, I
Like,
did
all
that.
right. But,
And
they were getting so big, and the branches were breaking, and, the
Mhm.
birds are going to eat them. But I let them stay. And just when they got just a little tinge of different color, I picked them and put them on the counter, and they ripened up. They did.
Yeah, I did that, but I still have green ones out there because I had a lot of late production
Mm-hmm.
I had production all throughout, but then I had this like last burst because we had this last burst of warm air. So I ended up with a lot.
Yeah.
So,
Well, we have this whole planter right outside the window here that was from the farm store that were mislabeled, and so they were in late, and
yeah.
they're still everything's just producing. I've even got a second batch of peppers coming in
Yeah.
out there, those little hot ones that were misidentified.
Mhm.
So those are coming in. So I'm not sure what I might
I,
throw those in with the spaghetti sauce too,
my
because there's nothing
jalapenos
wrong.
still going like gangbusters out there. It's just crazy. I think if they're just starting to slow down, I haven't seen any new buds, but yeah.
Yeah,
They
I've kind of got the garden flu.
Oh, yeah.
You know, garden flu hit me a few weeks ago, and I just feel I'm just like I'm done.
Right.
I think the I think the cucumbers did me in.
Yeah. Yeah. Time to make the cucumber or time to make
Time to make
pickle.
the
Yeah.
pickles.
Yep, that was a good one.
Try body armor. It will increase your production, says the Green Acre. So Kansas Misfits wants to know where everybody's from. I'm in Iowa,
I'm in
and
Oregon.
then it's up to anybody else if they want to say where they're from. And then Kansas says, last night they made stewed tomatoes and added okra because I like it that way. Some homemade brown sugar and 3 slices of bread. Stewed tomatoes. Oh, okay. You didn't add the bread to the stewed tomatoes. That's how I read it. I was like, what? So you had your bread with the stewed tomatoes and the okra. Homemade brown sugar. I love making homemade brown sugar. Have you
With
ever done that,
molasses.
Laura?
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't done that myself, but I heard it's a lot better than
Oh,
normal
it
ground.
tastes so much
Yeah.
better
Well,
than getting it
especially
out of a plastic
molasses,
bag.
right? That's such a I remember, as a kid, I mean, you don't see it anymore where people just have molasses in their cupboard and whip it out for, putting in things and stuff like that.
Hashtag whip it out. Put it
Whip
in
it out.
things.
Yeah.
Put it on a tea.
Put it on a tea.
Cow Emporium is from Alberta. I'm glad to have you here, Annette.
Alberta, Canada.
And Denise is from Iowa. Denise is my neighbor. So, I was going to say something. We were talking about gardening. It just flew right out of my head, which is often the case.
Oh, it happens
Dump
to
and
me.
go. That's what I think Boots and Bounty needs to have a shirt for dump and go. They're
Dump
doing
and
all their
go. Yeah.
dump recipes
Yep.
all mixed together, and it was your grandma's. So you mixed the bread in with the stewed tomatoes? Nothing beats homemade maple sugar. I know I'm still waiting for some. I need to win some from you. I made some by accident for the first time last year when I almost burned my house down. I remember that. I remember you talking about that and stuff. I'm posting the link again if anybody else wants to come in. There we go.
I can't wait to get over to Tennessee. I think we have some maple trees on our property out there to tap those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Maple syrup. That just
That'll
sounds
be fun.
so much fun.
We have nothing like that here.
Yeah.
Not on this farm. We have a lot of ash trees, which unfortunately the ash borer might be one of the reasons why we're having so much tree loss during storms. I think
Mm.
the ash borers might have finally arrived here to this farm. And I
Yeah.
asked someone from the conservation to come out and do a look see, but they never made it out. I wasted so much sugar, put too much in mixing it. You can never have too much sugar, can you? Can you?
Yeah.
So Casey says Steven's making one. I think he's making a T-shirt for Dump and Go.
Oh, nice. Awesome. Yeah.
Maple syrup and sugar is a ton of work, but it is so rewarding. I enjoy the process. So is cutting onions.
Yes.
A lot of work.
Yeah, I saw your video and I had just released a video that same day about me cutting onions and like bawling. I'm like, I can't handle this.
I saw that, and and I don't know. I think I commented on your video. It was like, yeah, I just did one with onions, and you just kind of get to a point where you just have to laugh and just roll with it. And
Right.
that's why things were just kind of pouring out of my mouth because I just couldn't get away from it. And then I'm picking up this towel and pressing it into my eyes to try to stop the burning. And I realize I'm probably putting more onion juice in my face.
The same thing. Yeah, it's like, and then you grab a paper towel and use it once. Then you put it down, and it's like, okay, I just probably put that down in onion juice, and then grabbed it again.
I know. I kept using that same towel, and one side had my hand, and the other side was pressed into my eyes. And then I'd put it down. I'd pick it up again. It's like I don't know what side I'm picking up,
Right.
but I'm shoving it in my face because it was burning so bad.
Yeah.
And there's one point in the video where I'm almost not even making sense. Like I make sense every day, anyways. But
yeah,
it's like I couldn't think. My eyes were burning so bad, and my eyes are closed while I'm cutting onions, and it's like I just can't even think anymore.
So was it onion jam you were making?
Yes, I made some onion jam. I love onion jam. Have you ever made that?
Oh yes, I love it.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
I gave some out last year for Christmas. I should have kept them because I love it so much. And my brother didn't like it. He goes, "That's awful." I was like, "Really?" And I told him, I said, "Get yourself a little block of cream cheese and some crackers and, eat it that way." And he said it was just awful. I was like, "Oh, I love it on grilled cheese sandwiches."
You gotta like onions. Well, you don't even have to have like onions because it's so flavored. It's just delightful. I just love it.
Oh, I love it. I was so happy to open up my first jar. I got the hiccups this week and I had some on a grilled cheese sandwich. Mountain Grandma is still waiting for me to make the video on my grown-up grilled cheese, and I got all the stuff this week to do that. So I'm happy. I've been waiting because it's like I want to have my grown-up grilled cheese and do the tutorial on it. But I also want to have a little bit of my sweet onion jam that I could spoon up, put just on a corner and take a bite. It is so good.
Yep. No, I haven't, done grilled cheese with onion jam, but I do it on burgers all the time.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Or a meatloaf would be good. I'm gonna make a lentil loaf soon and try it on a lentil loaf. That should be really good.
Yeah.
Try it on different things. I thought it would be nice to have my grown-up grilled cheese and have me dip in a little bit into the onion jam and try it, and then have Papa Jim dip in a little bit into the pepper jelly, my pepper fetty jelly, and try the pepper fetty jelly with it. Somebody came up with all fun names, so it's like I'll just call it pepper fetty.
An adult grilled cheese sandwich, not on video, but with jalapeno candy in it. It was so delicious.
See, and when I told Papa Jim to try it with the pepper jelly, he was like, "Oh no!" I was like, "No, it'd be really good on a grilled cheese." So I'm gonna try it.
Sweet and savory, delicious.
Kansas says I need to put a toothpick in my mouth and put them under running water. Where I'm set up in my kitchen in order to film, I'm not at the sink. And because of just logistics of the kitchen and light coming in through the window for me to do it there, it kind of floods out the picture. So I stand on the other side of my island, and that's where I was doing the cutting. I just was having a bad day that day as far as the cutting the onions go because there were so many to cut.
Yeah.
Because I really wanted a big enough batch to put and I still didn't have a big enough batch to put in my turkey roaster.
I use my food processor when I do it.
Well, I lost my blade on my food processor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm so heartbroken over it.
The one your mom gave you, right?
No, my mom gave. I still can't find it. I still can't find the blade. So I'll be buying another one because I've noticed even without the blade, if I put the attachment on that does the grating or the slicing, it's starting to rub a little bit. And I mean, it's over 20 years old. So I think I'll keep it for little things just because I love it because my mama gave it to me. But it weighs 20 pounds. Yeah. It's so heavy. I'm going to add Chris to the stream. It's so heavy. Hello, my non-lactating friend.
I know. I was just thinking, I was like, man, I've got man boobs and I didn't lactate. What's the deal here?
I think we should complain to the company. I'm expecting some lactation and you have fallen short of my expectations.
I was laughing so hard I was coughing really bad. And I had
to get tested if you're coughing.
I had a vet come up and I was trying to catch my breath so that I could do my job. And he was like, no, 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 no. Have chlamydia. And I was like, oh dear God.
Oh,
So I died. Like I went to laugh and couldn't laugh. All that came out was a cough.
I got the coof.
I was just like, oh Lord, have mercy.
Who walks up and says I have chlamydia?
You
People who
just
just
have
don't
to.
give a rip anymore.
That is the humor of a veteran.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can remember my husband's uncle being that way. He was a
That
Vietnam vet. He would come up with some crazy stuff.
yeah, we kind of have a dark humor.
Well,
It's funny because on my Facebook memories, it just popped up that like 12 years ago or 10 years ago or something, I was sitting in Kaiser, a medical facility there in California, and I'm just sitting there, and there's this man who just does not give a rip about who hears that he's there for a colonoscopy. He's been having trouble for a while now. He's just got excessive blowout diarrhea, and he's got to figure out what's going on. And sitting there going, "Oh my God, tone it down. We all don't need to know that you're having blowouts 3 or 4 times a day.
yeah.
Just maintain some composure."
The information that people are willing to just throw out there these days is unreal.
It is.
There's no filter anymore.
Well, especially around the medical field.
Yeah,
That
medical,
is no lie.
medical, and anything automotive or trucker.
Yeah.
Just throw anything out there. I used to work at an auto parts store, and the stuff that would come flying through.
Yeah.
And my husband's a mechanic, so we hear all kinds of stuff. All right, Casey, come back when you can. So Michael wants to know about onion jam. What do you put it on? Michael, it is so delicious. Let me tell you the key components in it. It's Vidalia onions. You could throw other onions in there too, but the sweet Vidalia onions are what I primarily use. And then you put in brown sugar and balsamic vinegar. Now, if you would have asked me, and when I put the video together, I even say this in the video. If you would have asked me, years ago, do you want something with balsamic vinegar? I'd crinkle up my nose and say, God, no. But the balsamic vinegar with the brown sugar and the caramelized onions, and you cook that down and then you can it. It is so delicious. And so you could put it on meatloaf. You could put it on a meatloaf sandwich the next day. You could put it on like a roast beef sandwich. I was saying I love putting it on my grilled cheese sandwiches. There's so many ways that you could use this sweet onion jam. And it's Chris, have you ever had it?
No.
But Laura knows what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, it's amazing stuff.
It is just delectable.
Mm-hmm.
So good. So good.
Yeah.
And I love onions, so
Oh, you'd love it then.
Oh, you'd love it then.
Yeah.
it was just not something that was made when I was growing up
I never had it growing up either.
or where we were at. Like I don't know of anybody that made it around where I was growing up.
And young people like it too. Like my nephew, he's like, hey, you got any of that sweet onion jam? When I come over, I'm like, oh yeah, I just carry it around in my back pocket. So yeah, people love it.
It is really good. And I made it last year and I didn't make enough. And I was just heartbroken that we were making grilled cheese sandwiches. It's like, I don't have anything to put on it. I love to I have to have some kind of sauce to put on everything I eat.
Right.
I do tomato soup with my grilled cheese.
We do too. And this goes good with it too. And I love it when I dunk my grilled cheese into my tomato soup and a little onion pops out and I get to spoon it up. It's so good.
Yeah.
You would love it on a burger, Michael. Well, thank you for the hair compliment. I appreciate that. Oop, Nightbot, not you. Nightbot jumped in there.
Yeah.
I think it's time to color it again, though. A lot of my coloring has gone out, and now it's kind of a Black Hills Gold kind of thing going on here instead of my magenta.
That's neat.
So what color are you thinking next?
Oh, I'm prepared. I am prepared for this whole trucker strike, empty shelves, and I bought 4 boxes of my ruby red magenta already. It's in the bathroom. So it will be that pop of pink for probably the next year. Everything is so good with grilled cheese and tomato soup. I just love grilled. That's something I grew up on. Who puts dill pickles in their grilled cheese and then dunk it in their soup?
I haven't done that.
I haven't done that. I've heard of it. I've heard of people doing it, but I've never tried it.
Huh.
But I like pickle and peanut butter sandwiches.
I don't think I can do that one.
You have to do the sliced pickles,
You know
like
what?
your hamburger sliced pickles,
Mm-hmm.
and you have to make sure that you shake all the excess pickle juice off of them.
Shake the
But
juice off
it's
it. Put it on a tea.
shake the juice. But it is so good. I'll be right back, guys.
Oh, don't cough.
What I like to do is I like to do peanut butter and jelly grilled sandwich and dip that into homemade chicken soup. And it is so delicious. It's one of these really surprising combinations.
Because the sweet and savory.
Mm-hmm. It's just, it's really yummy. My husband made that for me one time, and I was like, "What? You're crazy." He goes, "No, we gotta try it with your homemade bread, and And I'm like, "Okay." And then I tried it. I'm like, "Oh my goodness, that is just so delicious."
Oh, you know what I did this week with some of my homemade bread is I took those tomatoes that I roasted in the olive oil and put them in the fridge. I spooned some of those on top of my bread and sprinkled a little cheese and popped them in the toaster oven. Oh, it was so good. I had it for lunch 2 days in a row.
Nice.
Oh, those roasted little cherry tomatoes. You get so many cherry tomatoes. It's like, what do I do with them?
Right. And
you roast them and put them in the fridge. Delicious.
Need to do that.
We're going on a walk.
You going on walkabout?
Yeah, it's my lunchtime.
So
it's my lunchtime, so I'm going to walk out here and see if I can't snag one of these apples off this apple tree.
Nice. Hopefully they're edible. I grew up in a town where the streets were lined with orange trees. None of them were edible. They were so sour and awful.
Weird.
They were ornamental orange trees. And what's sad is the homeless would come through and they'd eat them and then they'd get really, really sick.
See?
So, oh wait, it jumped on me. Where did it go? Kansas had a question. So, Kansas Misfit, and I cannot remember your name. Forgive me. It'll take me a while. If anybody in chat knows it, throw it out there. I actually took a video. I'm editing the video. It will post soon, and it will give you all of your ratios. I don't remember off the top of my head. Very simple, though. The other ingredients, maybe a pinch of salt and a little bit of butter to saute your onions in. But I will post that video soon. So, okay, here, this is building off of some of your sandwiches, guys. Pickle and peanut butter and banana.
Yep. Have had that.
I can do peanut butter and banana. I don't know about adding the pickle in there on that.
It's pretty good.
Okay, so Michael wants you to give us a bird's eye view roundabout of your surroundings where you're at. Oh, look how nice. Well, your location is pretty remote, huh?
Yeah, we're just on the outside of town.
That's nice. At least you're not surrounded by a whole bunch of buildings and noise and
the semis that come through here, because we are, kind of on the edge of town. When the semis come in, they jake brake and it gets really loud.
The jake brakes are so loud. Yesterday and the day before, we're in harvest season right now here in Iowa. And somebody was supposed to contact me so I could ride in a combine and get the view of being up in the combine. And I want to do that so badly, but I haven't heard from them. And I understand because harvest season is so busy.
Yes.
I mean, who has time to stop harvest for me to try to haul my fat butt up into the cab of a combine? But we're on a
Mother
farm to
called.
market road. So all day yesterday and the day before, when they harvest, as soon as they harvest, then they start digging all of their tile lines, and then they start uh, fixing up that soil for next year. And that means
Yep.
that there are just truck after truck after truck of cow poop and pig poop and all kinds of poop.
Yeah,
Back
when
and
we lived
forth.
on the,
Oh, it stinks.
we were on, so my father-in-law married a woman from the east or the western part of the state, and they were ready to, she was ready to just retire, but none of the kids wanted the farm. And so they asked us, and we were like, sure. So my wife was looking to inherit a 1,000-acre wheat and cattle farm.
Wow.
So we moved to the eastern or the western side of the state. And I was learning the combine, the tractors, all of it. I was learning the whole ordeal. Wheat got up in the middle of the year to about $6 a bushel. We were like, sweet. As soon as we got done harvesting and got ready to sell, the price of wheat plummeted.
Oh no.
Wow.
Just bottomed out. And it was going to end up costing us like anywhere from $6 to $13 to put wheat back in the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And we would have just lost so much money.
Wow.
And so we ended up having to sell out and move back home. But
You tried. I mean, you gave it an
we
honest
did
effort.
we did our best, and it just happened that the prices tanked, and we just couldn't do nothing about that.
Right. Well, it's just like out here last year when we were having all of these issues with the production plants for pork and beef and chickens. Everything tanked so bad, and you couldn't get them to market. It was costing, and as an empath, this was very difficult for me. But also, my son manages 3 farms with over 6,000 cat or hogs at each site. It was costing the companies more to truck them to get processed. They weren't going to make any. They were spending money, and so they were
Right.
just euthanizing all the pigs.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just piles and piles and piles and piles of euthanized pigs because there was no place to put them, and if you could get them there, it cost you so much more money that. And I mean, and the sad reality of it is if it's a loss, then you've got insurance to cover the loss. If you spend the money to get them to the processing plants, they can't get processed anyways. And then
Right.
it's not considered, I guess, a coverable loss. So,
Right.
oh, that
Could
was
you
such a
give them
tough time
away?
around
Because I
here.
know that some farmers gave them away.
Yeah, there were a lot of farmers in our area when they were having such an issue. They were like, if I'd have known then when it was happening, I'd have picked up a few. But um, the guy was like, "Look, I can't just give them away." So he was selling butcher weight pigs for $10.
Wow.
My son tried giving them away. And people who wanted them were people that didn't have the ability to process them. And there was no place to take them because even the small butchers, there was such a long
Were
wait
full.
list. You can't get them in. So we couldn't even give them away.
Oh.
The processing plants that I like to use, um, that I wanted to use this year, they are still booked out a year and a half.
Mm-hmm. Same out
Wow.
here too. But you have that occasional farmer that they've got their setup. They can do it themselves, but they already had their animals. They didn't need.
Right.
So, my son worked so hard on this one batch that came through. He said it was the best batch of hogs he ever raised. And he said, I felt so proud because I know people were hungry and I did a good job. And it hurts his heart sometimes because he's surrounded by death so much, but he felt proud of these pigs.
Right.
And They loaded him up, and he was under the impression that they were going to get, and they all got euthanized. And it just broke his heart. He goes, I worked so hard on those hogs, and then for nothing. He goes, I'm almost done with this job. I'm almost out of here, because he couldn't handle it. My dad called cow poop. Smells like money. We drove by a meat plant, and my said, chicken. Ugh, God, I hate the smell. I hate the smell of raw turkey. I hate the smell of any meat now.
When I lived out in western Kansas, the feedlots out there were horrid. They smelt so bad when you drive through.
Yeah. I am surrounded by hog farms. I have one to the west, one to the south.
We're going to test this apple.
Go for it. Don't lose a tooth.
Well, it sounded good.
How's that worm?
That's a good apple.
Good. You need to have lunch there every day.
Those are the only 2 apples on the tree.
Oh, no. I think I have 3 pears this year. I've got 3 pears on my poor pear tree.
I've canned and processed so many pears.
And that worm was protein.
That's right. That's right. How are your guys' meat prices out there?
Our pork are tripled out here.
Yeah, they're stupid high. We like the New York strips, and I went and picked up 2 New York strips for me and Sarah, and it was $20.
Mm-hmm.
Where before I could get them for under 10 for 2, right at 10 or a little over for 3, and now we're looking at $20-$30.
Hubby picked up a big, I don't know what he picked up, but he had it cut into little steaks over at the little store that we have. And he brought them home, and we put them in the food saver bags and sucked all the air out and everything. Mm-hmm. And I labeled some of them Carol Baskin's husband. Couldn't help it.
Funny. It's too bad Carol's
Hello,
not.
Vision Acres.
We always tease Carol from Fishes and Lowe's Live. We call her Carol Baskins all the time.
Carol Baskin. Hello, cats and kittens. Oh, so are you saying sales barns aren't buying cattle anymore? I don't know what's going on with the sales barns. I don't know. I don't know any of that. I just know what my son tells me. I hear a little bit of what's happening here locally. I'm hearing from other people that meat has gone through the roof. I don't know. I haven't been paying attention to the sale barns, and I haven't been going to the auctions lately.
Our sale barns, they had a decrease when when they were like, oh, everyone needs to quarantine, and everything was kind of shutting down at the beginning of all of this. But it's picked back up around here.
Yeah, I don't even pay attention. I stay away. I'm at the stage in my life where I don't even go to the animal auctions anymore to try to rescue something, because it had just gotten a little bit too heartbreaking for me.
Well, I keep up with it because I'm in the process of looking for cows. So
yeah.
I think we would be in the process of looking. We did the goat thing, but goats are just so difficult to contain, and they were always getting out and running around the farm, and I loved it until they got lost in a fog one night and I couldn't get them home. But I'd love to have a little dairy cow. And for some reason, it has just slipped out of my mind, the ones we were looking at, and I can't remember what it is now. The little short ones. Dexters.
Dexters, yeah.
We were looking at getting a couple of Dexters. I think we were looking at Dexters right around the time that I got diagnosed, and it was like, no, I don't need that added thing on my plate, going out and milking every morning.
Uh-huh.
So, but I did as a kid. Those are fond memories of waking up at 4:30 and going down to milk the cows before catching the school bus.
Nice.
So,
my great grandpa had a milk cow.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes for punishment, we had to go milk the cow.
Oh, I never saw it as punishment. But I just remember being really cold. I enjoyed my time down in the barn with the cows. I really did. It's just it
Well,
was so
for me,
cold
I
to
wanted
go
to be in
early.
the city. I was more of a city boy.
Mm.
And so for me, that was punishment because I didn't want to do anything like that.
Too bad he couldn't have made it fun for you instead of it being a punishment.
Yeah.
Was
I
it very?
learned, though. I learned a lot from it, though.
Yeah.
You can get Dexter Jersey crosses right now. People are
Mm,
starting to sell those, and I guess they make a great, because jerseys are so great for milking.
that's what we
Yep.
had. We had
Jerseys
a
make
Holstein and
great
a
milk.
Jersey,
Mm-hmm.
and
Nice.
I loved milking them. We had a stool for milking. We had a stool and it had one leg. It was a one-legged stool.
Oh, funny.
And so you would just like pop it under and sit on it, and then you could just swivel on that one leg,
Right.
and you'd get yourself balanced and get your bucket where it needed to be, and then you would just lean forward and I'd put my head right into her flank
Mm-hmm.
and just milk. And if she pushed against you, you'd have that swivel ability as opposed to being on a planted stool, milk stool.
Right.
And gosh, I love doing that. I miss it.
I keep telling Vision Acres they're going to have a heifer. This other calf is going to be a heifer calf. I think they're kind of hoping for a bull calf so that they can have a steer for the meat, but
Mm-hmm. Think they're going to get a heifer, huh?
I want them to have a heifer.
Miniature jerseys. You know what? Vision Acres. Chelsea? Am I right, guys? Is that her name, Chelsea? I think it's Chelsea. And Vision Acres, you'll understand. I have a hard time remembering names. Our barn blew down. So, and our barn used to hold I don't know how many head of Angus before we moved here. But it was a great barn, and it was a huge barn, and it was hit in 1960 by a tornado, and it was reshored up and everything. And then we had some straight line winds come through, and it just took the barn and it collapsed.
Wow.
So right now I have no place to put any cows, even if I wanted to. If I have
That's the
nowhere
barn
safe.
you burned up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. We've got a neighbor who we're bartering with. We bartered for some supplies, and in exchange for supplies we had here at the farm, he's safely taking that barn down in sections and burning it for us. Because it was the way it collapsed was very dangerous. I had people come out and look at the wood,
Mm-hmm.
but they were like, we don't even want to attempt to get any wood because it was so precarious.
Yeah.
And I had to have an electrician come out and just take down from the main pole, take down all of the electric, so we didn't have an electric fire. And all of my panels, we had 3 stalls inside with the pipe panels, the sections, and they're all collapsed. That was $1,200 worth of fencing that got crushed
Oh,
that we won't be able to use.
that's a
Oh
loss.
no, Cha-Cha, that's not good.
Hi, Cha-Cha.
Kansas Misfit has never milked a cow. It's a lot of fun. You should try it if you ever have the opportunity. Takes a little getting used to, but
I have
I
never, but
I enjoy it.
I want to.
Now, see, and
So
we had some dairy goats here, but we just let them do their thing with the babies.
Mm-hmm.
I
I
just let
had
them
to
do it.
I had to show LG how to milk a goat.
Put it on a tee. I need to. It is. It's different milking goats than cows because their udders are shaped so different.
Same concept though.
Yeah.
It's the exact same concept. You're just with a cow you can get more of your hand on it, but with a goat you're more like a thumb and a finger.
Yeah. It's just a little pinchy pinch. When I was in high school and I was in FFA, that's what my forte was dairy goats. I didn't want to do the cows or the pigs or anything like that. I did
Mm-hmm.
dairy goats because I didn't have to send them to market. I
Oh,
didn't have to send them off to market.
yeah.
So that's why I chose those. I did La Manchas.
Oh, nice. Now, I
We
heard
had
that
a shelter of poles and tarp, and it worked great
for like a shelter for the cows.
for cows.
Mm.
in the winter here, our wind chill factor is -50 below.
Yeah.
And I would definitely need something a little bit more sustainable for cows. I mean, if I had a 3-sided shelter that was sturdy and faced the south and they could actually get in deep in there, which is something we want to do. But right now I have no place safe for any cows. We have our one little miniature donkey down in the pasture. He made it out of the barn before it collapsed. And we actually have our livestock trailer in the pasture now, and that's what he goes in and out of to get out of the weather elements. And he's just short enough that all of the open sides of the livestock trailer, the wind blows through, but he's down below it. So
it keeps aerated, but
yeah, he
nice.
has fresh air, so I don't have to worry about the moisture building up or anything like that. But it's not like it's tall enough where his ears get frostbite or anything. He just hunkers down in there.
Nice.
Cows can shelter in trees, can't they?
Yes.
Yeah,
they
but I don't know
typically
about
do.
not with -50.
You would be surprised.
I was gonna say they could, but do I want to risk it? With snow drifts, do I want to? With the drifts we get where we are here and the drifts we get and the snow we get and the cold we get, I just think it would be irresponsible right now for me to even try to play with that. I can't do it. I can't. And even if the cows sustained it, I can't go out and milk in -50 below.
Right.
With just a makeshift.
You might get milk sickles.
Right? Milk sickles. I would have milk sickles and snot sickles.
Mm-hmm.
That would be before I even got to the cow.
Yeah. The big old...
If I drank my body armor before I go out, I would have milk sickles and snot sickles.
True. Yeah.
Oh.
But no. Because yours would come out powder.
That's true.
Yeah, it wouldn't freeze.
You'd have like little snowflakes.
Every little step I took, every little step, it was like poof, poof. And then I would walk into it as I walk, and then I'd have a milk mustache. Lynette says it would be ice cream. There, that one's for you, Chris. I'll put the link up too.
You can sell it to the spaceship people.
Right?
Powdered ice cream.
Freeze-dried
ice cream.
Like those dots, those little dots.
Mm-hmm.
I work for the Veteran Affairs for the VA.
Takes care of our boys and women. Takes care of our men and women.
Yep.
I'm still waiting to hear back on the job I interviewed for. So.
Oh, within where you are, or are you branching out somewhere else, you think?
No, it'll be within the VA. Yeah. If I get the job that I've been applying for over and over and over again, if I get put into that position, then I'm going to get to lose out on all these wonderful daytime lives. So it's kind of one of those, I want to stay where I'm at. Just because I get to, come and have wonderful Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays with you guys.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other hand, it will help me on the promotion scale.
Priorities.
Yeah.
So it's like I can stay and play in YouTube all day long or go make more money.
It's priorities. You got to do what you got to do for your family. Whatever, but you have to remember your happiness too. More money doesn't equal out if it's not a position that's going to bring you happiness.
Right.
And I'm not looking, I'm not looking at it in a bad way. I'm looking at it as, okay, what do we need to where I can allow my wife to stay at home and focus on her business? and actually get that up and running and off the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And still and still be able to have our farm life. I'm not out to get rich or make a lot of money, just enough to
You want to
do what
sustain
we
your
got to
you want
do.
to
I
sustain your
want to sustain
livelihood.
what we have.
Yeah. You
And
don't
it's
want to be
like
a slave to your job either.
right. And that's what we was kind of talking about in our live on Monday a little bit, was that, I was like, I don't want to be rich. I was like, I really don't. I said, but I would like to have enough money to pay off everything that we have,
Mm-hmm.
get the proper equipment to take care of what we have,
Mm-hmm.
and I would be happy.
I had something that popped up as a memory today on Facebook, and it was a story about a man who took his son to go visit a poor family
Mm-hmm.
so that the son could understand what it's like to be poor.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so they got home at the end of the day, and he says to the son, "What did you learn about being poor? What did you think about how they lived?" And he said, "Well, I learned that the poor people grew their food instead of having to buy their food. I learned that while we have a swimming pool, they have a creek that goes on forever. I learned that um, they have a front porch where they sit and talk together, and we don't hardly talk at all. And I learned all these things. And the last thing the kid says is, he says, I learned how poor we really are."
Mm.
And that it was the wealthier family that the kids like, we're poor. And the people who were living out on the farm were the rich ones,
Yeah.
because they had that different set of priorities. They weren't chasing the dollar.
Yep.
And it's so true. That was one thing that brought us to this farm. My husband said, "I am so sick of the dog eat dog world." And he
Yeah.
was making good money where we lived. But we got caught up in a lot of stuff with the whole mess of the 2009 housing crisis. And,
Mm-hmm.
and every once in a while, my brother will say, you were living beyond your means. Well, yes and no. We were doing fine until General Motors pulled all of their stuff and they held the mortgage to our house while they were at it.
Right.
Um, it just about did us in, and
Yeah.
that was beyond our control. And man, we left it. I don't have the big house and the big motor home and the boat and the new vehicles and all that stuff anymore. Now we have this farm. It's paid for. We've got vehicles that we bought used that are rusted out on the side panels, and who cares?
Right.
And we don't have any debt.
We've been
That's really
downsizing. I mean,
good.
we have a nice house and everything, but I mean, I used to own a Tesla Model X, and I was trying to tell some people the other day, and I think they thought I was bragging, but I, I'm not. I'm not. It's just, we had this realization when we started looking towards land and things that held their value instead of things that didn't hold their value. We got rid of the Model X and got a minivan.
Mm-hmm.
And do I miss that car? Yeah, because it was fun. But
My back's hurting. I'm moving positions now.
it's just, we're talking about, like, just downsizing everything and not spending, and every time you see a little ad for something, buying it, that kind of thing, and saving money, and just starting to invest in things that aren't you're not going to lose. So
Yeah. Which that's like, we were at Walmart yesterday and we were listening to the playback of your little live
yeah.
that we missed, and
Oh, I love that bag. She's right here. She's right here.
we were walking through the store, and we got to one spot, and I off in the distance, and I'd look back at Sarah, and then I'd look back off, and she's like, "What are you looking at?" And I was just like, you know, and she kind of took a few steps and looked, and she was like, "The hunting section." And I was like, and she just kind of threw her hand up and off I went. And when we met back up, because she went one way, I went the other. And when we met back up, she's like, "So what did you put in the cart?"
Mm.
And I was like, "Oh, nothing much. Just a few things. But I got new camo pants, new camo shirt, a lightweight camo hoodie, a new camo hat, and some new broadheads for my
If you wore
arrows."
all that right now today, we wouldn't even be able to see you. You just blend into where
I
you were
blend
picking your
into the
apples.
nature.
You would.
Into the brick in the back.
And she was like, "And what do you need this for?" And I was like, "Well, hunting season is open and the bow needs to go back in the truck."
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, "But you say all the time you want to do all this hunting." And I was like, "And I do." I said, "The problem is that you don't like for me to go hunting by myself. You like for somebody to be with me. So I don't get to hunt like I want to because I can't get nobody to go with me."
Mm.
And she's like, "Well, I guess I'll have to just start going with you." And I said, "And I'd love that." But she is not a morning person.
Mm.
See,
So,
I could go hunting with Papa Jim or my sons, but I would be the one that would pop up out of the blind to go, run for your life. I'd spook them. Get out of
she
here.
wouldn't do that because, we want the meat.
Right.
Right.
If it came down to it
Uh,
where we needed it, then the boys will do what they have to do.
Yeah.
and right now, with the price of meat going up, um, that's our best option on doing that. But
Hello,
I'll
Chrissy.
I will hunt hog. I'll hunt deer. I'm actually getting ready to put in for a guided elk hunt on Fort Seal.
Mhm.
So I'm hoping to get drawn for that. I'll probably put in for that this weekend. So my wife's like, "Where are we going to put all of this?" I said, "Well, I guess we're going to have to get another freezer."
Another freezer. I've already filled up the freezer that Papa Jim got me this year, but
Well,
it's
we
full
had one
of
go
his
out.
It's full
We
of
had
what?
one go out.
produce.
So
Oh.
our big deep freezer chest that we had finally went out. So we found a stand up deep freeze that we managed to pick up for like $300, and it was pretty much brand new.
Nice.
So we got lucky there, and so now I'm going to be probably looking for another one. But I'll be right back.
Okay. We were in Walmart the other day when we went up to the bigger city, and it was interesting because I know I'm probably short-sighted on some things that I need to have here at the farm, even though I've really tried to think of everything I can, and not for a SHTF or however you say it situation, but just because when we get snow, we get snowed in, and we're snowed in for a while, so I have to make sure I have what we need.
Right.
But it was really an odd feeling of satisfaction tinged with just a little bit of fear that as we walked through the store and we walked every aisle, I didn't need anything.
Right.
It's like, do we need anything? And it's like, I don't need anything. I really think I've got everything I need right now.
Right.
And
Same
I
here.
like that feeling.
Yeah.
I like that between my pantry and my freezers and all of the meals in a jar that I've put up that are dehydrated and my stash of water. I'd like to get more water, but I don't need anything. And that was a really odd feeling to have because I think that's the first time in a long time that we walked through a store and we practically left with nothing because I don't need anything.
Right.
And I've even taken our HSA card, which is our health savings card, and I've gone down and I've just bought everything I think we need to put in my first aid kit and in my medicine kit, and I don't need anything. We're not stocked up on prescriptions because we can't get the prescriptions ahead of time. I'd like to have a 30-day supply of prescriptions, but it just doesn't seem to work that way. But meds, first aid, I've got everything I need. At the pantry, I've got everything I need.
Right.
It was a really strange feeling too. And it's like somebody had said earlier about material possessions. I didn't need any material possessions. I didn't need anything.
Right.
And I like the way that feels.
Right. Same here. I mean, I filmed Fred Meyer's just because everybody was talking about, low shelves and all of this stuff, and we hadn't seen it here at all.
We're seeing it here.
Yeah, we saw it here, just so I filmed it. I'm like, yeah, it's finally happening here too. And I can walk through this store. I was there to get lunch meat for my husband and some cheese, but I didn't need anything else. I didn't need toilet paper, and thank God, because there was hardly any toilet paper. And,
I keep telling people about this toilet paper that I'm getting and nobody takes me serious, but I wish they would.
Right.
I was going to ask you, what's the name of that company? Because I had totally forgotten. I was going to email you and ask you, and I got busy.
Email me anyways, and I will give you a link for $10 off your first order.
Okay.
I think that's how it works. And then I would get $10 off my next order. Who gives a crap? That's the name of the company.
Who gives
a crap? And we just had 2 big boxes show up here, so we're set.
I was telling Sarah about it, and I was like, we really need to look into this. And she was like, well, yeah, if it's not, if it's reasonable, we could. I was like, man, I said, Alicia's saying that it's it's almost the exact same price as if you're getting it at Walmart.
I think I figured it out, and it was like $1.08 a roll.
Yeah, which is very close. Because I was watching a video the other day. This guy was like, he was in Walmart and he showed like Charmin, and he was like, it was like $9.98 for like 12 rolls.
Mm.
And then he went over and he was like, and here's the great value, and it was like $10.99 or $10.98. He was like, since when did the off brands become more expensive than the name brand?
Right. The thing I like about this, because Chrissy wants me to tell about the toilet paper company. It's called Who Gives a Crap. If I had it pulled up right now, I could drop you guys a link so you can save some money on it. I'll add it when this live posts after we're done. I'll see if I can find the link and put it in the comments below. But there's 2 options to choose from. One is recycled paper, so like recycled newsprint or whatever. They recycle it and they turn it into toilet paper. The other one is bamboo toilet paper. And bamboo grows like 2 foot a day.
Yep.
And so what they're doing is they're making toilet paper out of these 2 resources, as opposed to the deforestation over in Canada. And I forget, I got Louis is bugging me. So there's no deforestation. They don't wrap their products in plastic, so there's no plastic. And every roll is wrapped in really pretty paper. You could reuse it or whatever. I have a funny story about that paper, by the way. And it's shipped to your house, and there's no shipping fees. So, I mean, there are all these pluses. And then the company, now I got a nose tickle, falling apart right here live. The company takes 50% of their profits and they turn that into building sanitary stations and toilet stations in 3rd world countries, so you don't have people relieving themselves and that getting into the poor water source that these kids are playing in and drinking from, so they don't get dysentery.
Yeah.
And yes, it is septic safe. So it gets delivered right here to the house. What I like about it is I can put 3, 4, 5 rolls right out, like on the back of the toilet or in the bathroom, and you don't have to worry about anything floating in the air landing on it, whatever, and it's pretty. If you store it somewhere else, you can take the paper and wrap a gift. And I mean, they have contests for reusing the paper. It's just a neat company. I missed out on, they sold out before I got this last batch, but they have a new one out right now where every roll is wrapped in a paper, and it's almost like Where's Waldo?
Oh,
That's your paper,
that's awesome.
and it's like you have to find the toilet, and so that's kind of fun. But they had another one where the box was actually a puppet theater, so you could cut out the part of the box, and so it's a puppet theater. And then the rolls of toilet paper, you can mix and match the top, middle, and bottom to make different characters. The paper's lined up just right, so you have different characters.
oh,
I mean, they
hilarious.
just kind of think of fun things. They love potty humor. But I love that it's affordable. It comes right to the house, and they take their profits and put it back into third world countries to help. So,
That is really cool.
yeah, see, and Kansas Misfit says they got 30 rolls for $5 at Dollar General. And when things were tough, we were getting it there too. What I like about this is it is good quality. It is good quality. And it's not thin. And it's really, I took it, and we're going to do a video on it to show you, but like we took the Charmin and took one of these and we squeezed it, and this was so compacted but still soft, where the other stuff's just air.
Mm-hmm.
It's not rolled well. But I don't know, I think it's a good bargain. I think it's helping other people, and it gets delivered right to your door, and you don't have to worry about running out of toilet paper. Those are my 2 cents on it.
That's my story, and I'm sticking
That's
to
my story. I can't read the chat. Alicia is using StreamYard. Yes, this is StreamYard.
I don't see the chat at all. So
Yeah, me either.
I've got 2 options. I can see the chat, or I can see y'all's beautiful faces.
I'll go for the beautiful faces. The beautiful people. The beautiful
That's
people.
right. I don't want to see chat.
But there's beautiful people in the chat as well.
There are. And I keep putting
There
it
are.
so they can come up too, but nobody else wants to come up. It's just 3 us lovelies. I'm going to do this. Somebody do this.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody do that.
I know what you're talking about.
We're doing our whole pointy thing.
Uh-huh.
So Chrissy wants to know, can I tell her who's up on the screen? So in the center, we have Laura from Hedgehog Homestead. She's over there. We're both going to point at her. Poke her in the ears, poke her in the ears. And then at the end, we have Chris. Come on. Oh.
There we go.
From E3 Farmstead. So yeah, make sure that you guys go over and make sure that you are sub to them. Uh-oh, Michael's offended.
Why?
I don't know. And I got a dog here.
Explain yourself, Michael.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, Michael. Why are you? I don't know what happened, Michael. You're gonna have to explain yourself for poor Chris.
My apologies if I offended anyone.
It's because you didn't. He said you didn't want to see the people in the chat. You'd rather see faces.
Oh.
So Vision Acres wants you to know, Chris, that if she has a heifer in January, that she's got you down for her. You're down for the heifer.
That's
after
right.
she gets weaned from her mama, I refuse to tear a baby away from a mama after birth. Absolutely, don't do that.
I don't. I prefer, I typically prefer milk babies, just because when you milk, when you're feeding them and stuff, you get that bond. Mm-hmm. They're a little easier to take care of, but
thank you.
I know that they take really good care, of their cattle that they do have. They're with them every day, so I'm not worried about that. But if I don't know you or how you handle your animal, I would take a milk. I would definitely prefer in that aspect of it to have a bottle baby.
You know, I tell you, one thing when I first moved here and I was taking in animals that needed to either be rescued or rehomed, they were unloved or unwanted or something was wrong, I really started getting jaded because people would contact me and say, you know, we've got a baby here, their mama died, we need somebody to take care of it, do you want this little bottle baby?
Mm-hmm.
And I'd be like, yes, bring it over, I will take care of it. $50.
Right.
Okay, and if I don't pay the $50, what's gonna happen? Oh, it'll die. So it's like they're holding me ransom.
Right.
Yeah.
They're holding my emotions. People start contacting me all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got this. Do you know, can you rescue it? Yes, I will be home, or I can come over. And $100. And I had one lady
That's
contact me, and she said, you know, I noticed you were looking at my La Mancha last time you were over. And I said, yeah. And she says, well, my son's done showing her at the county fair and everything. And we need a place for her to go. I said, well, she's welcome to come here to the farm and she can live the rest of her natural life here and he can come see her anytime he wants. She goes,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, well, $100 or she's going to the processing. That's, what if I don't have $100?
right.
What if I even had the $100? Why would you do that to somebody? If I don't make money doing this, I didn't have the money to do this, and I'm now going to have to feed it.
Right.
And if you want a safe place for it to go, bring it, but don't hold my emotions.
Yeah.
Chris's channel is E3 Farmstead, Kansas.
We had a friend who was working for a guy, and he literally had his goats, his sheep, all in one end of a chicken house, and refused to take them to the vet, refused to get medication for them. They inbred so bad, and he was he was just like, if they live, they live. If they die, they die.
Mm-hmm.
Like he didn't
Nope.
care. So we started rescuing goats. And out of every goat that we rescued, one that we know of survived. And we ended up taking him to the sale.
Mm.
Wow.
The rest of them died.
And see, that's how we got our little Pigglesworth, Sir Oreo Pigglesworth. He was inbred.
Mm.
And so he has a lot of issues now. And it's because of that. He does not have split hoofs. He doesn't have cloven hoofs.
Oh,
He's
weird.
got one long toenail off of each foot. So he doesn't have good access to the padding. He doesn't walk correctly. It puts a lot of stress on his legs. And he was born that way. And so when I took him to the vet and they said, you know, people are they just let their animals do what they want to do. And this is what we end up with. But these people, it was the same thing. If somebody doesn't come get this pig now, we're just going to go drop it off at a hog confinement and hope somebody takes care of it, which they're not going to do. It's a potbelly pig. It's not
Right.
a hog.
Right.
Right.
And I mean, I drove 2.5 hours for that little thing. And then she charged me $100. And then what are you going to do? I couldn't leave him.
Right.
She worked me.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had one goat that we had rescued. And I'd mentioned this once before, but she was like my little service goat.
Mm.
She had brindle markings on her, like on her elbows. And it looked like the shell of a turtle. Looked like a turtle shell. So we named her Turtle. She slept in my chair right beside me. She was always in my lap, always laying on my chest. And if she was running around the living room and my anxiety started going up, before I knew it, she would be in my lap with her head on my chest, kind of rubbing under my chin. And we finally got her moved outside, and I would go out and see her every day. And she had learned how to jump over, because we had taken some tin and separated our goat barn in two so that we could give them some and then still had all of our feed and everything in there. Well, she would stay in until I come out there. As soon as I walked in the goat barn and she saw me, she would jump it into my arms. Like she could clear it, but she wouldn't do it unless I was there. An amazing goat. Jacob went out to feed them and he was like, "Hey, she's laying there and she's just limp."
Mm.
And I was like, "Okay." I was like, "Well, did you move her food over to her? Because sometimes she liked to eat laying down." He was like, "Yeah, she's not moving." And I went out there and I got her and we were going to take her to the vet. And before we got her in the truck, she died.
Oh.
And we took her on in and had them do an autopsy on her, and they could find nothing wrong. Absolutely nothing wrong with her. Like all of her organs were on the correct size, the correct weight, everything. Blood come back normal, stool come back normal. Like they were just like, we don't know what caused this.
Did you ever come up with any theory what you think happened? No?
Yeah, actually we did. It was from all the inbreeding of those other goats is
Gotcha.
our best guess.
Gotcha. Yeah. We lost our best dairy goat. Sweetest thing. Just the sweetest girl. And we had wild dogs attack out here. I've spoken of it before.
Yeah.
And shortly after the attack, like the next day, she delivered a kid early and it died. And then she just never recovered. And we had the vet out before she had passed away. He came out and gave her some shots and tried to boost her up and everything. And he says, it's just going to be touch and go. And he said that the shock, she delivered because she was in shock, and she just never recovered. She lost weight so quickly and just did not thrive. And we lost her a couple days later. And it's amazing the how fragile they are,
Yeah.
when something like that happens. And that attack just really did my whole herd in one way or another. Nothing was the same after those rogue dogs came through.
Right. Yeah.
And they were so bad, I thought they were going to attack me.
Right.
They just had that look on their face. It scared me to death.
Yeah. And that's when you want to have a gun on you.
and I didn't. I mean, I called the police and I called my husband and I called my boys.
Right.
And by then they weren't able to shoot him.
Right.
But the sheriff told me, he says, if you shoot him, and I said, I'll shoot him to scare him or something. He says, oh no. No, they'll be back, and they've had a taste of blood, and they'll be back, and they'll be back for the rest of your animals. And you're not going to scare them away. You have to shoot them
and dispatch them.
Yeah, you have to. The 3 S's is what he said: shoot, shovel, and shut up. That's what you got to do.
Yeah.
But luckily they haven't been back because I don't want to shoot anything.
I had a friend of mine out one time and we'd seen some eyes out in my pasture. And the next morning we went and looked and he's got hands bigger than mine. And we found cat paw prints that were the size of his hands or bigger.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
And we finally saw it, and it was a solid black cat. So I called game warden. I was like, hey, I need you to come trap this cat. I think it's built a den in my brush pile. He's like, well, what is it? I was like, well, I think it's like either a Black Panther or a puma, something to that nature. And he was like, oh, those don't exist. He's like, mountain lions, pumas, cougars, whatever you want to call them. He's like, that's what we have in our area, and they do not have the they don't have that pigmentation or whatever that they have to have to turn them solid black. I said, look, I've got a black cat out here. He's like, well, are you sure it's not a house cat? I said, if this house cat has paws bigger than my hands and bigger than my buddy's hands, I'm pretty sure it's not a house cat.
It's a house cat wearing clown shoes.
Right? So I was like, well, if you're not going to come out and do anything, I said, if I see it, I'm going to just kill it. Oh, you can't do that. It's illegal. You can get in a lot of trouble for
You're
it.
protecting your livestock.
And I said, look, it's coming close to the house. I said, literally within 25 yards of the house. I said, there's a lot of small kids in our area. I have animals. I said, if I get a chance, if I get the opportunity, I will put it down. Just to keep the kids in our neighborhood safe, in our little area safe. Oh, well, if you do, you better call us right away. And I said, why? I thought they don't exist. I was like, if it doesn't exist, then why do I need to
That's where you
report it?
you rearrange your S's. It's shut up and then shoot and shovel.
I was like, that's about stupid. I was like, yeah.
We've had some big cat sightings around here. So you just never know when something's going to come by. We have that grove of trees in the back, and I used to have little walking paths back there, and I had little gnome homes set up for the grandkids. We do all kinds of stuff, and we've got the moonshine shed back there, and I used to go back there all the time. But we've got deer that have knocked down all the choke cherries to make thickets. And I told Jim, I said, I don't want to risk being back there and come across a new mama that's going to pummel me to death and I can't defend myself.
Right.
Or get gored by a buck. And so I don't go back there unaccompanied anymore because I don't know what wildlife is back there anymore.
Right.
So,
yeah.
But
I'll come hunt it.
Huh?
I said, I'll come hunt it.
Right.
No, there's no hunting on my property. I've already got the sign. And I was going to say, I had the sign because we have hunters that will drive up and down this gravel road and look into people's groves. And so I got my no hunting sign because we're only 5 acres. I don't need somebody shooting into my 5 acres.
Right.
We're not a big homestead.
On land.
But I came home one day and I went upstairs. We've got the upstairs bathroom that we remodeled and blood all over my shower curtain. Like somebody had reached and pulled open the shower curtain and then used my shower. And I asked my husband, did you get hurt? And why is there blood on the shower curtain? And it wasn't him. I called my boys. It's not like they got hurt while they were out on the job and stopped by mom's place to clean up. Nobody in my family bled in my bathroom. But it was hunting season and we've got all these hunters. And I'm suspecting that while I was not home, one of these hunters got hurt and ran into our bathroom because we don't lock the house up most of the time. We do now. Now I do. But at the time I didn't. And I called the sheriff out and he just looked at me like I was stupid. It's like, go look, there's blood all over my bathroom and nobody here did it. Right. So I told Jim, I said, you get no hunting signs and I want a new lock on the door. We've got a door now that 30 seconds after you close it, it automatically locks. And then we have the keypad to get back in.
Nice.
Hi, Lynette. Panthers in Florida.
We had a guy, we were still living out in the western part of the state. And I came back to check on our place and to mow and stuff like that. And I'd stopped and was talking to my neighbor. And this guy just pulls right on down into the driveway, stops, he's looking around. He backs up and I run out and caught him and I was like, hey, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm just looking. I was like, okay. And he was like, "Do you own that property?" I said, "Yes, I do." He's like, "Well, I just want you to know that I'm leasing this property over here, and uh, you just stay off of it." I was like, "Excuse me?" Like, I didn't say anything about him driving down my driveway,
Take your
but
own
he's
advice,
like,
buddy.
he's like, just stay off of it. And I was like, "Well," I said, "I have an agreement with the owner of that land that if I see a hog or a coyote, I'm to shoot it and I can go get it." He's like, don't you go get it. Don't go on that property. Don't let your kids on that property. Don't do this, don't do that." I was like, "All right." I said, "Look here." I said, "Two people can play that game." I said, "If you shoot a deer or you shoot an animal and it comes onto my property and dies, don't you set foot on my property. I'll shoot you." I
Mm.
said, "The minute you cross that fence, I'll put a bullet in you."
Mm.
And he goes, "Well, I got a buddy that hunts with me, but if he doesn't want to," he's like, "maybe I'll put you in one of these stands, on this over here. And I'll let." No, you've done ruined my
Yeah.
politeness with you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's too bad.
Vision Acres wants to know why someone would do that. I think someone was hunting on this road and they got hurt, and we were the nearest farmhouse. We're on a block. All of these roads block out 1 square mile. And so for 1 square mile, there's only 3 or 4 of us, a mile this way, that way, that way, that way. So
Mm-hmm.
4 miles of road, there's only a few of us. And if they were out here hunting and they were right here, I mean, they would run up to the nearest farmhouse. And if my door was open, they would just run to where they could triage and then get on the road. I mean, it's
Yeah.
kind of the way things are where we live.
It makes sense.
Um, huh?
I mean, it makes sense. What would you do?
Yeah, I mean, if you were hurt, you would run to the nearest farmhouse. Just like
Right.
when we have blizzards or we have bad weather, if somebody's driving and there's a tornado, they're going to run to this farmhouse.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to run into this farmhouse and get in the basement. And that's just kind of the way it is.
Yeah.
I was alarmed that I came home and found blood in the house. That was my thing. And so I
Well, they
told
could
the
have been
sheriff.
polite and cleaned up after themselves.
I think they did quite a bit. I just don't think they realized it was all over the shower curtain. There
Yeah.
was some additional spots, but I mean, they could have left me a note. But I mean, again, if you're hurt and you're triaging and you're out the door,
Right.
they're not going to look and try to make me a note.
Try to get the bleeding to stop long enough to be able to get to the hospital.
Right. So, I mean, it happens. It just takes a while to get the mentality of living in the city to living to the country and wrapping your brain around that.
Right.
So,
Well, and
but
that's why
yeah,
Sarah doesn't want me hunting by myself, because my back. And if I lose feeling from the waist down and I fall in the middle of the woods, and she has no idea where I'm at,
right.
so I mean, I understand her side of it, but it's like, hey, we need meat.
I mean, didn't
Yeah.
you ever see the episode where Pa Ingalls puts his rifle up against the tree and it falls and it shoots him?
Mm,
No, I was at a farm and feed store and they had meat chickens there, and I almost thought of getting some, and I'm like, oh, I'm in the middle of trying to sell my house. I don't need a bunch of stinky meat chickens, but it's cheaper than what's in the grocery store right now. So
Hi, Donna. I'm glad you're feeling better. Donna had some procedures done yesterday, and so we weren't sure if she was going to get to make it because she wasn't feeling good. Hi,
I don't know.
Tom. Out there in Arizona in Dolan Springs. You guys want to know something crazy, and I've probably discussed it before. But when I grew up, a portion of my childhood was in BFE out in the middle of nowhere. And then I joined this chat group on Instagram. And there's this On the Plant, Tom from On the Plant. And he puts a couple of pictures up, and I saw a landmark. It's like, I know exactly where you are. He lives in the middle of BFE, where I spent part of my childhood. And I mean in the middle of nowhere. Nowhere. It's the middle of nowhere.
Wow.
And how funny to meet up on Instagram somebody that is now living where you, it's so remote. It's so remote. It's crazy. And he put a picture up of tanking his water in. And I remember as a kid, my dad would tank our water in. And then as an adult, I just haphazardly talked about how my brother and I would swim in that tank. And my dad was like, those are drinking water. Oh God, we had a lot of fun in that tank though. It had this little piece of metal that came down to keep the water from sloshing when you drive it. We would swim underneath that and come up on the other side. And, oh my gosh, it's in the middle of Arizona in the summer and it's hot and that's all we had. So we'd go swim in that water tank.
So let me tell you guys a little funny that my wonderful son did, which it's kind of funny, but it could be bad. And I'll tell you in just a second.
Donna, don't worry about being late, honey. You're okay. I like how you put the mask on like you're ready to pounce.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're waiting to see if your prey moves.
Right.
And you relax.
So
and put the mask back down.
we were out of chicken feed. So I went by the feed store and picked up 2 bags of chicken feed. And I always get the crumbles because it's easier to mix the oyster shell in with.
Yeah.
Well, they gave us pellets.
Uh-huh.
And so my son Jacob come out to me and he was like, "Hey, those 2 bags on top of the feed bucket that's got the sweet feed in it, is that chicken feed?" And I said, "Yes." He's like, "Well, what about the brown bag with the blue writing?" I was like, "That's oyster shell." It's like they gotta be mixed together. And he was like, "Well, in those other bags it looks like goat feed." I was like, "Well, it should be chicken feed." What I didn't realize is that he had opened both of those bags and dumped it into our goat feed.
Oops.
And he's been feeding our goats this chicken feed.
Oh no.
And I told him, I was like, I went out and I looked at the bag and I was like, "Dude, can you not read?" And he's like, "Well, yeah." And I was like, on the bag in big letters it says poultry feed. Why would you dump that in the goat's feed?
Just be glad it wasn't sheep feed into your goat feed.
Yeah.
I feed them. It's a dairy goat feed now, but before I was getting it's a goat sheep mix.
Well, some of them have too much copper and your goats can't handle it.
Right. Well, I did a little bit of research, and chicken feed can be fatal to goats. Because it'll cause bloating, it'll cause bloat, and some other issues that can kill the goat. So I told him, I was like, "Don't feed them no more."
Chicken feed doesn't have to be as strict as goat feed. Goats actually have a really sensitive stomach, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
So this afternoon I get to go back to the feed store and get goat feed so that I can scoop all of the chicken feed out of the goat bucket and put in the right container, and then put goat feed back in my goat container, because I'm not going to be able to separate the goat from the chicken. So I'm just going to end up having to move it all over into the chicken and mix it up with the.
We've got a question posed for you here. Lazy Days Ahead wants to know, so how were those goat eggs that you had for breakfast?
Goat eggs? Well, if I actually ate the eggs for breakfast,
Were they bad?
Oh, that was good.
Put it on a T.
Bad.
They were bad.
That's funny. No, the goats haven't laid any eggs yet. Looking though.
You keep looking,
Yep,
but
I'm gonna
you
keep
do
looking.
have a good supply of Cocoa Puffs.
Yes. Yes.
I get Cocoa Puffs from my rabbit.
They're
Yeah,
the
we get
best.
those too. We got
Rabbit.
3 rabbits in the house.
I don't have rabbits in the house. Mine are meat rabbits. They're outside.
Vision
I
Acres.
asked my wife if I could get some meat rabbits, and she said no.
Yeah, I went through
She
that stage
gets
in my life. I
attached.
won't do that again.
She gets attached.
I'm attached to mine. They're pets, but they make great compost. Or compost. Well, I put my wood chips under my rabbits, and
Me
the
too.
manure or the wood chips keeps the smell down from the rabbits because the rabbit urine is so strong.
Mhm.
And and then the manure from the rabbits and the urine breaks down the wood chips and it makes a really good compost.
So Chelsea over at Vision Acres, and if I get you wrong, I think it's Chelsea and Mike. When we had our 2 dairy cows, we lived on 40 acres. And you could always tell when one of those cows would go down and we had fresh sage growing that we weren't paying attention to because the milk would taste so
Tastes different.
it would have that different taste of sage. And so my dad would say, well, we need to make sure we go down and kind of rope off part of the pasture where they were getting down into we had a lot of manzanita, and this was in California. You just had a lot of manzanita and scrub brush and mesquite and just weird stuff growing. And they would go back there, and we knew they were eating stuff they shouldn't be eating when we would get that milk, and we'd have to go take care of that. We had our Jersey. She went down and she actually calved down in the very farthest away from the barn. And I still remember, I think I was 13 or 14 going down and finding that calf and carrying that calf all the way home. She didn't come in that night. We knew something was wrong. And so first thing in the morning, I went down looking for her and I found that little calf. I named him Mickey.
Nice.
And then I was so devastated when I learned what Mickey's fate was to be. So I wanted to keep him. Onion grass is the worst. Ugh, onion milk. Don't get me on onions.
I know I'm gonna have to learn what I can and can't let my milk cow eat for sure.
Yeah.
Because our steer right now, he just eats whatever's in the pasture.
Mm-hmm. And he
And
can.
I've heard of people giving their cows scraps, like food scraps, and I'm like, that doesn't seem right to me.
I would think vegetarian.
now,
If it was vegetables, I could see some of the scraps.
Right.
Never, ever, ever give your animals the husks or the corn cobs.
Mm-hmm.
That's
they
gonna be
make a
devastating.
liquid feed for cows now, and it's got like a really high fat content in it, pretty good protein content in it. It's supposed to be some of the best stuff on the market for your cows now. To replace like cubes and actual feed. So
I'm a little worried about feed prices, and with the derecho that came through Iowa, I think it's not been a year. It might be coming up on 2 years that we had the derecho. Maybe it was a year. I don't know. But it affected a lot of the feed corn. Our feed for our chickens has doubled.
So of ours.
And so I was telling my son, I said, I'm a little worried about that. And he said, don't ever worry about feed, Mom.
I
You're
actually
fine.
did a
You got it.
video that I released today about what are the proper portions to feed your animals so we're not overfeeding our animals, for laying, so that they'll still lay and produce and stuff, and so you're not overfeeding your animals either. And I did that for turkeys, ducks, chickens, rabbits, and just broken out that that I researched and got online, and it's all broken down and everything.
So we have a big feeder. We have a pretty good sized feeder in our chicken coop, and I fill it up, and it'll last them a week or a little over a week.
Right.
So they don't they don't gorge themselves. They spend a lot of time in the run, and a lot of times I'll let them out in the evenings. Sometimes I'll let them out in the evenings and just let them roam and
Forage, yeah.
and forage and stuff like that. So they get what they want, and so
My
but we've
chickens
done
are
that since they were
acting like they're
chicks.
starving.
I mean, we've
Mine
done that
act
since they
like
were
they're starving.
chicks, so they've learned to, you know, they've learned that it's always there. It's not it's not an issue. They've learned they're not going to starve.
I've done that too,
So
but they still act like they're starving. So.
Oh yeah. We put a lot of effort this summer into putting up this really big chicken yard for them.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel so bad because every morning our pig just stands out there and he just looks out into the orchard where he used to be able to go all the time. And now he just stands there and I feel so bad. And I got a couple chickens that are getting over. And I told Papa Jim, I said, we just need to get another fence panel with a gate in it. I've got to let them out because it's breaking my heart. And we just have to hope that we don't have to wrangle a bunch of turkeys and guineas back in at the end of the day. Hopefully they'll be imprinted we're hoping that the guineas will have been imprinted enough with the turkeys that the turkeys will come back in, the guineas will follow, and everybody will put themselves to bed at night. And
so I heard something about guineas, and I don't know how true it is, but I heard that if you leave one female guinea in the pen, that they'll return. All your guineas will return.
I don't know. I haven't had them long enough to test that. I know that the lady that I got them from said that she kept hers penned because they go off and then they don't come back. They roost. So we've clipped their flight feathers on one side so they're not going to get up in the trees where we can't get them. And they are very imprinted with the turkeys. I mean, they constantly follow the turkeys. So I'm hoping if the turkeys come back in, the guineas will follow. I go out every night with some millet and I shake it in a can so they know they're getting a treat every night. So if I have to, I can shake the millet and maybe they'll come back in. It just breaks my heart to see them behind the fence so much. So we've got a new panel. We'll be putting that up this weekend. And I also think we're at a stage where hopefully I can do that and be a little safer than we were this summer because we were having daytime attacks from the raccoons and it was the mothers teaching the babies to hunt. And they were coming out in the daytime with their young and getting the chickens. So we shouldn't be having that issue at the moment. They're old enough that they should only be coming out at nighttime, and we catch and take them off and release. And I go out at nighttime with my flashlight, and I haven't seen any eyes peering back at me lately.
That's what I do with the coons and the possums that are around our house. Actually, I should say raccoons.
Yes, and say sauerkraut from now on too.
Yeah. So we trap them, and then I'll take them at least a minimum of 5 miles away from the house.
Yeah, we go about 10, and we take them to a lake, and there's plenty of forest right there. And
yeah,
I mean,
since
it's
I
a
drive by the
catch-22.
lake every day, since I drive by one of the lakes every day, and it's pretty wooded and stuff out there, I've started taking them there, which is probably close to 20 miles from the house. 20 plus miles from the house.
And I've heard that you introduced them into a new society, and it's more cruel. But I can't do the alternative. I can't. I release them and wish them well and hope they have a happy life out at the lake, and that's the best I can do. Because I won't hurt them.
If worst comes to worst, I would, but yeah.
if worse comes to worse, my boys or Jim can they'll tackle that deed.
Yeah.
But they know that I prefer that we relocate. I don't want anything killed on this farm. And truth be told, we're in their element.
Yeah.
I just can't do that to them. And I've had them do that, though. I've had them take care of animals here on the farm, and it breaks my heart. It's like that we're living where they live. This is their home. But I'll relocate them. Now, when I was losing a hen a day,
Yeah.
I told Papa Jim, if I get a hold of a rifle, I will do something. So, but we've tightened security,
If
and we're
I
not
catch
losing
them
that
in
hen.
the act, that's a different story.
Mhm.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
So everybody, I'm going to put the link up again. If anybody who's just joined us wants to come on in and chat. I have I didn't realize that StreamYard, you can only have so many hours a month of StreamYard for
Oh,
free.
yeah.
And so I renew my month October 8th. I get to start over again. So I might as well just use up what I can.
Yeah.
We still got 7 people
So
hanging out
is
in here.
StreamYard for free?
StreamYard is free, but you only have 20 hours a month
Right.
Okay.
for lives.
Louie, leave me alone.
And there's,
Louie brought friends.
it's kind of limited on what you can and can't not do. I think it's $25 a month. If you pay for it, it's completely unlimited live hours.
Mm-hmm.
You have green screen capabilities. There's so much you can do. You can link it to Instagram. You can link it to Facebook. You can link it to Twitch. You can link it to different platforms. So you can go live on different platforms all at the same time.
I'll have to let my husband know, because now that he's getting into the lives, we're probably going to do one every. We all got it, honey.
So unflattering when I sit back in my chair.
No
I look so much
worries.
better when I sit
You know what?
forward.
Nobody noticed until you pointed out.
I know, but
right?
it's fun.
It's good to have a sense of humor about yourself,
You know,
right?
It's
and
like I'm a waddle flicker.
Mine's not.
Put it on a tee.
It's there. It's there.
Not like this.
Yeah, he's interested, because we're doing every, not Friday, but Saturday at 5 for a while, and seeing how that goes. But he's like, it's kind of weird because everybody's down there and it's hard to keep up. And I'm like, yeah, honey, I think we need StreamYard or something. But I didn't know that they had a free version, because he's an accountant. He's about saving money, so
Yep.
So
Because that's what we use, StreamYard.
Yeah, we're using StreamYard, and I didn't know there was a limit, but it's been free this whole time. And I'm not going to pay for it, because if I go over 20 hours a month, I'm not getting anything done here on the farm.
Yeah.
So I better keep it where it's at.
Right.
So, I was going to say something. I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, I was going to say, somebody said something. It's Nightbot. So,
guys, and join us.
Yeah, I wish somebody would come on up.
It's actually easier to talk in person, I find.
I think it is too, and I feel bad because I know people post in the chat and I miss it, because the chat,
right,
while you're talking here, chat's going on over here and you miss some stuff.
And it jumps.
It does, and it jumps, and I've I know some people have gotten their feelings hurt times, and it's like because I don't see it.
Right.
But it doesn't mean I don't care. But yeah, if you come up and
I can't
talk,
see
then
the
we can
chat
talk.
at all. So if anybody has said anything to me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and it's hard to say.
So with the free version of StreamYard, I think you can only have 5 people up on the panel.
I think it's 5 or 6, yeah.
And then when you pay for it, I think it goes up to like 10. So there are benefits to paying for it, but
Yeah.
you know, it's more of a benefit if you're a larger channel
Yeah.
Right.
than for, you know, a lot of the smaller channels, you
Yeah.
know. It's not worth paying for it. You know, if you're only going live an hour, you know, 4 hours a month or
Mm-hmm.
5 hours a month, it's
Right.
not worth paying for it. But you
I mean,
know,
I'm not
those
making
larger
money, so
channels,
I'm not going to spend money
Right.
right?
Exactly.
Those larger channels that,
unless it's on this really cool mug.
you
But
know, those
hopefully
larger
other people will
channels
buy
that
those.
get to that that need that extra time because, you know, they're doing 2 or 3 lives a week,
Yeah.
you know, to be able to catch their entire audience
But they're
and
making
stuff. You
money.
know,
They can
they're
spend it.
making money, so they, you know, and that's what we've always said is that if we, you know, because we're looking at doing an actual merch store as well. Um, and so any money that we get from that will go back into, you know, the YouTube community or into the farm so that we can continue doing what we're doing.
Right.
Right. Right.
You know, we're not, like I said before, we're not out to make a killing. We're just, you know, we're out to help people and show them how we do things. And,
Right.
you know,
Well,
it may
you
not
know,
be
it's
the
just like
best.
me marking the prices down on this, and you know, I'm not going to make a lot of money at this, but the videos are mostly for my kids and my grandkids and my
Mm-hmm.
friends, and have a little fun with it and just show what I'm doing and what I enjoy. I might as well record it because I'm doing it anyways.
Right.
And look at all the wonderful people I've met. And look
Right.
at the wonderful
I
people you
was,
guys have met.
I was telling Scott the other day, I said, you know, if I had the money, I was like, we just need to find a nice location where we could buy a couple of thousand acres all together, not spread out, but in one area. And we'll just move our entire YouTube community to that. And we'll have one large community garden. Each individual have their little, you know, their little plots of land,
I'll grow the cucumbers.
That's
you
awesome.
know, and we'll just live and work together. And
Yeah.
And that's something we're talking about here. Like both of the boys want to come here to the farm
Right.
and do it. I don't care. I told my son, I said, keep an eye out for anything. You know, if you want to get a mobile and move a mobile on until you can build something, I don't care. Go for it. We've got enough room. Everybody can hang out here. Lord knows I've got enough chickens. Hubby came home last night. Papa Jim came home and he's putting stuff down. He brings the mail and everything. He goes, did you buy eggs today? I said, why would I buy eggs? He goes, there's 5 dozen eggs on the counter. I said, I know, I just brought them in.
Yeah.
I've got
Yeah.
so many eggs. And so that's where chicken math gets the better of you. It's like, I saw the well summers and hubby said, well, get 6 of them. Well, I bought a dozen. And then I called him one day and I said, oh, they've got the Plymouth Barred Rocks in at the store. And he says, well, get a dozen. So I brought home 18. So I introduced 30 new layers this year, plus the
Mm-hmm.
guineas, which I'm very pleased to find out that they are going up into the nesting boxes and laying because I found another guinea egg yesterday, which we've had them long enough. I've only collected one guinea egg the whole time they've been here.
Yeah, I saw that when
Where
you
are those
did them.
girls laying?
I need a few more layers.
Once they start producing, they're good.
Yeah.
But I'm running out of room in the freezer. I've been making all of my little omelet bags
Mm-hmm.
that I steam, but I'm just running out of the freezer. Between that and the tomatoes, it's filled up so quick. But once I get those tomatoes out, maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Once I get all those tomatoes out and get them into the turkey roaster, that will help.
Right.
But I like freezing the tomatoes because the skins peel right off. and then I can just throw them in the turkey roaster and I can make some sauce.
I do the same thing.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I just need
my
to do
freezer's
it.
full of tomatoes too. I'm like,
We're
I want
actually gonna
one batch
hatch
of
some of
sauce,
our
but
eggs out.
I would love to get an incubator and hatch them out. That was kind of been a little bit on my wish list, is to get a nice incubator and
that's my
do
dream.
that. But now I've got enough chickens. I need to not do that right now,
Mm-hmm.
because I won't get rid of my chickens.
Mm-hmm.
But if I get inundated with chickens,
Yeah.
I'm just going to have more eggs, and then I don't know what I'm going to do. And I'm telling my kids right now, I told my son, I said, do you need any eggs? He's like, oh no, we got enough eggs. Like, I can't even give them away. I got so many eggs. So,
I
If
give
you
away a lot
lived
of
closer, I would bring them to work with me, because one of my coworkers, her husband eats like a dozen eggs every morning for breakfast.
wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
See a bodybuilder?
So no,
Huh.
nope.
He just likes eggs.
That man can put away some food.
Mm.
Like, she was telling me, he does nothing but eat. And he is skinny.
Mm. Like a hollow
Uh
egg, huh?
Something.
Leg. Now, see, I used to have a little egg stand out at the driveway, and every morning I would take my eggs out and put them in the cooler, and it was just a free will donation or a barter trade. People would drop off canned goods,
Yeah.
and we'd trade back and forth. And then, but my little egg stand got crushed when the barn collapsed.
Oh.
But I was thinking about I really want to set up my summer kitchen. I don't know if either of you have seen my summer kitchen. But I did want to set up like a little gift shop and an egg stand in my summer kitchen. But it's so difficult because you just open yourself up to liability, people coming onto the property.
Right.
You know, I can't prove that my dog did or didn't bite you. I can't prove that my dog did or did not jump up and scratch your car.
Right.
I cannot prove that you tripped on your way into my summer kitchen.
Right.
Right. Yeah,
So,
there's a lot of liabilities when it comes to that.
Yeah, you have to
right.
have like a balloon policy if you do something like that.
Yeah. And then I even thought yesterday when I was going to go into town, it's like I should just put it out there on Facebook that, hey, I'm coming into town and I've got a few extra dozen eggs if anybody wants them. But then I don't know who those people are. And is somebody going to say, hey, I got sick from your eggs?
Mm-hmm.
And so, I'll freeze what I can. I'll provide my family with what I can. And if I have to, I'll
really
scramble
good.
them all up and feed them back to the chickens, and it's food.
Yeah. That's what I do sometimes.
Yeah.
Like right now, I've got a bunch of boiled eggs in the fridge, and they've been in there too long. So I'm just gonna feed them back. So
Look, I think we're the only 3 left. I really do. It says there are 2 people watching, so that's me and you two.
Hey, we can continue to talk all day.
We'll just sit and chat. We'll sit and chat till there's nothing left to chat about. But I'm thinking, because you were talking about merch earlier, getting merch store up. I'm thinking about doing something that I don't think there's a market for out there yet. So, because I was doing my wax wraps. I was selling my beeswax wraps.
mm-hmm.
I don't have the bees to get my own beeswax, so I do have to source that. But I don't know. Everybody's selling beeswax. Everybody's doing beeswax. Every other thing as I scroll on Facebook, these companies are doing the beeswax.
Yeah.
And I'm not allowed to make soap anymore, so I can't do soap.
Oh, because of
The beeswax ear kindles.
Beeswax ear candles?
Yeah,
You mean for
those
candling your ear?
for kindling your ears. Yeah, those are the best ones. They make them in paraffin, but the paraffin's not real good.
Well,
Beeswax is the best.
I don't have the beeswax. I have to get it from my neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't do the soap because of the lye, because of my lungs.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I'm very careful,
Right.
my doctors they're just nixing me, and I could do melt and pour, but to me that's not the same. It's like cheating. I'm thinking about painting barn quilts on a good size that I can ship them. And I think
That
I'm
would
going to
be
do
neat.
that because I don't think there's a big market for barn quilts.
Yeah.
And I don't have to climb up on a ladder to paint the big ones, but I'll paint the little ones. And I had some
Right.
people say if I go live and just show, not even talking, just painting the barn quilts, people will
It was
watch.
nice watching you paint your barn.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to come up with different patterns and then once I'm done, I'll put it out there if anybody wants to buy it.
Right. In the South, I don't, it must be everywhere, but isn't like the quilt, you can have a family quilt, right? So like you make a family pattern.
People can do their own patterns, and what's really neat is some of the patterns are actually connected to the Underground Railroad.
Hmm.
So there's a lot of history in the patterns, and but you could. I don't know that I would do custom orders right away, but I mean I could just pick a pattern and paint it, and if somebody liked it and they wanted to buy it, I'll ship it to them.
Right.
And then
Yeah.
if it gains in popularity and somebody says, "Hey, these are my farm colors, and this is what I want," I might be able to do something with that. And it's something I
That's
do
like
right
we've
now.
been trying to determine what we're gonna paint, like because we have our stock trailer. We have that other trailer. If you watched LG's video uh, of us moving her panels,
Hmm.
we have that little trailer. But my wife wants it all painted the same color,
Hmm.
same colors,
Mm-hmm.
and we cannot come to a conclusion on what we want to paint then, because my favorite color is burnt orange and Sarah's favorite color is pink,
Hmm.
and of course our farm logo is blue.
Well, the burnt orange and the pink make a lovely sunset with the logo in front in blue.
Mm-hmm.
You could always do it as an ombre. Do it the ombre with your logo.
Yeah.
Tom is still here. I'm glad you're here, Tom. Tom's still with us.
That's
Tom,
awesome.
Tom, you should come up on the live here with us
Yeah.
and chit chat with us. God, my ear itches.
Because I'm gonna eat my other apple.
He's gonna eat his other apple. I'm gonna scratch my ear. Laura's gonna look like she's really concerned about what's going on. Ooh. I don't know if Tom has the internet availability to do that. But I'll post the stream just in case he wants to come on and say hello. He's been really busy building his oven out there on his property, the rock oven.
That's cool.
He's been doing some neat stuff. I think what's really neat, and we haven't come to the conclusion on it, but where he's at, when my dad passed away 6 years ago, he had 3 parcels of property out there where Tom lives.
Mm.
And I think that property is like probably butted up to where it's heavy on his battery. Okay, Tom, that's okay. If I would have retained that property and actually gone out there to set something up, probably would have been neighbors.
Oh, that would have been funny.
Wouldn't that be funny?
Yeah.
But I was dealing with cancer. I didn't want to deal with 3 parcels of property 1,700 miles away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I let it go. I just let it go. So I'm thinking about doing the barn quilts because
I think that's an awesome idea.
I've got some other
I do
things
too.
I'm thinking about. I got rid of my sewing machine after chemo because it affected my vision so bad. Somebody was telling me the other day they've got sewing machines that you can thread the thread through easier than it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
But I've got a couple things I'm thinking about doing. Because I crochet, but it takes too long to actually produce something that's going to provide me a profit.
Mm-hmm.
I got you, Tom. You're good. Still no power there, but one day. You know what? Live off grid. You're good. There's no rush. You do you. But I might get another sewing machine. I might come up with something.
If we get this property that's next to us, we've talked about building, and we're going to go solar.
I want to go solar. I wouldn't mind getting some solar stuff.
We've gone back and forth on our land in Tennessee, whether we want to do solar or not. But when it comes down to a lot of the nitty gritty of what you can do and what you can't do, we're like, I think we're gonna go, electric. It's about the same price though to set it up.
Mm-hmm. And you're doing raw land.
Yeah, our land is raw, totally.
We'll do solar, and we're going to do pretty much everything electric except for the cooking stove and the heat. We'll do propane,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm going to put in a wood burning stove um, with the flat top. That
Yes.
way, if we run out of propane, we can't get propane. There's a way to heat the house and it's still a way to cook, so that
Right.
we're not having to plug up a bunch of electric stuff. And
Now, out in my summer kitchen, I have an old wood burning stove, and it's small, but it's got the flat top, and it's by no means hooked up properly. But if we needed to, I could hook it up and we could cook on it if things
yeah,
got bad and we didn't have electric or propane.
Yeah, yeah, I saw that stove in your kitchen.
Yeah, I
Your
love that
outdoor
little kitchen.
Yeah, that's neat.
Did you ever see the before video?
No, no. I was telling my husband I want a kitchen like Alicia. And he's like, "Who's that?"
Who is that? That
Who's
crazy
that?
lady?
I'm like, "You got me, her girl."
That garage, which I don't know why the assessors has it this way. I think it might have started in 1902 with the house. They might have had a little shed,
Yeah.
and then they just eventually built on and turned it into a garage. But it is very old.
Mm.
Yes, my solar oven. I love my solar. I don't know why my ear is so itchy. Um, it's a 2-car garage, and at some point somebody put roll-up doors on it, but it's very old.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we first moved here, we took one side of that garage and built our chicken coop in it so they would be inside. And then we had a door so they could go out. And then when we got our little pigs, the pigs lived with the chickens in the chicken coop. So we made the door bigger.
Right.
Okay, we're going to add Donna. Donna's coming onto the live stream.
Oh, you
Hello,
did.
Donna.
Hi.
How are you
I had
feeling?
I had to show you that we have the same glasses.
We have the same glasses.
With me.
Yeah, they're all
Oh,
clear.
with Laura.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
like my water cup for the day.
I do.
That's good.
It doesn't say Country Mama
Oh,
Musings
cool.
on it, though.
I'm still in my
It doesn't
pajamas.
say put your mug on a jug. Wrap your mitts around a big old jug. We can go back to lactating if we want to.
Yeah.
We'll go back on that. He's gonna fix it.
My pen won't write
I
on it.
missed that. I missed that.
Donna, did you see?
I'm so mad.
You missed the lactating story.
Oh,
You see my
yeah,
coffee
I
mug?
missed it. I know.
Oh,
I can't read what it says.
it says Country Mama Musings on it.
This is my first time doing this, so I didn't know. I just kept doing whatever it told me to do, but I'm still in my pajamas.
Yeah, you're a little choppy. Oop, we lost her. Anyways, I was telling Laura,
Mm-hmm.
if she pops back in, I'll add her back on. We had the 3 little pigs living in there with the chickens. And then when the pigs would go to sleep at night, they would lay up against the boards and eventually they push the boards off.
Oh no.
So then they had access to the rest of the garage. And we had boxes of clothes and papers and stuff in there. Because when we moved to the farm, the day we moved to the farm, the wind chill factor was -50 below.
Wow.
And that was the day we moved in. So stuff just got shoved everywhere instead of people bringing stuff in box by box.
Mm-hmm.
And they got out there and they ripped open the boxes and they pulled out all the paperwork and all of the clothes, and they made like an 8-foot nest.
Oh, jeez.
So they were sleeping in there. They made a mess out of everything, and then they picked a corner to, go to the bathroom in. And so it was a literal pigsty out there. God, my ear. I feel like something bit me. I bet you it was that spider's friend in my bedroom.
Probably.
Its mate. They probably mate for life. He probably came and got me. Donna's just having trouble getting in. Anyways, so that was a literal pigsty full of pig poop and urine and hay and trash and clothes. And I just got a wild hair up my nose one day last year, and I said, I'm going to turn that into there she is.
Hi, Donna.
I'm going to turn that into a summer kitchen.
Huh?
So I spent days and weeks out there burning trash and cleaning it up, and everybody thought I was crazy, but it sure is cute now.
Yeah.
Donna's had dinner in my summer kitchen before. She's been out there before.
It was amazing.
Donna, honey, I don't think you have a very good connection. You keep freezing, and we're only getting every other word. There's always a hitch in there. Donna, honey, we cannot hear you, and you're frozen.
Sounds like a robot.
She does. I don't think she has enough internet. God, Louie is just driving me crazy. So Chris, if you ever get the chance, go check out my summer kitchen. And I want to.
So I watched a video I did get to watch the video of the little tour of the summer kitchen. But I didn't get to see the before and kind of some of the stuff.
Yeah, the before,
leading up
it's one of
to it.
my very first videos. It's probably the first video. It's only like a minute and a half long. It's like, what am I going to do with this pigsty? And you would be amazed how bad it looked before I got started. Max Headroom, that's what she looked like, huh, Tom? I'm sorry, Donna. You just don't, for your internet's just not working for you today.
Not strong enough or something.
Not strong enough. You were looking like a Max Headroom. So I'm going to look into painting the barn quilts. And so, Chris, what do you guys want to do for your merch? What kind of stuff are you going to be having?
Don't know yet.
Are you guys like crafty or?
So,
I'm not picking your brain for ideas for me. I'm just, I'd like to know what kind of merch you're thinking about putting out.
So we're doing shirts now.
Mm-hmm.
We've done some tumblers, we've done those things, and it's stuff that we're doing at home. Because my lovely wife has all the stuff to do it.
You make your own tumblers and shirts?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yep. So everybody that has a shirt or a tumbler, we hand done.
That's awesome.
Is it silkscreen?
No. So we have a heat press and vinyl, and we just heat press the vinyl into the shirt.
That's neat.
And the first few that went out, I'm gonna have to redo. I guess I didn't get enough pressure on them to do what the vinyl actually needed to do, and so they're starting to peel already. And I feel really bad about that. But we had talked about it, and I told Sarah, I was like, hey, we just need to get a heat press. And she's like, well, I've got one in my Amazon cart already.
What you thinking?
But she'd put a bunch of stuff in her Amazon cart that we needed, to do certain things. And so she was like, hey, I think I want to go ahead and buy this stuff. What do you think? And she told me how much it was, and I was like, "Look, I told you," because she had got her inheritance from her grandmother. And I said, "Look, I told you that's your money. You spend it on what you want to. You don't have to ask, my opinion or what I think, or you don't have to ask if it's okay. It's yours. Do with it what you want. It's not my money. It's your money. So, I'm like, just get what you want. Do what you want to with it."
So
And
go ahead.
and so, she got everything that she needed for us to move forward. So,
Good.
So what does the E3 stand for?
Yeah.
good question. So, Ellis is my last name. Ellis. So that's where the E comes from. It's our last name. And then there's me, Sarah, and Jacob. So there's three of us. So you got
Nice.
E3.
Nice.
Because I was thinking Chris and Sarah and Jacob, but then they're not E's.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice. We have an Ellis College right here. Oh no, I take that
Yeah,
back.
that's my
Ellsworth.
college.
We do have Ellis
I was
something
going to
else.
say,
Yeah, hedgehog comes from our last name is Hedges, and a lot of people used to call my husband Hedgehog. So, yeah.
Nice. I live in the country. I'm a mama, and I like to tell stories.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It actually started because a couple of years ago I started selling Color Street, the nail strips, and every little name that I wanted to come up with was taken.
Oh, wow.
And
that's
so I finally found a name that was not taken to start my business with it, and it's Country Mama Nails. And
Mm.
then when I started thinking about doing a page, it was like, just do Country Mama something, and I came up with Musings, which people cannot pronounce. I don't know why it's so difficult. It's like moo,
so
moo, moo, ma, moo.
we're actually Ellis Farms. And when we were going to create our YouTube channel, no matter how we put it, Ellis Farms was taken. We could
Right.
not use that in any shape, form, or fashion. We tried. And so um, E3 Farmstead is what, was something that kind of showed up. So we went with it.
Well, see, we are, where is it? Can I get it just right? We're Circle T Ranch. But I could, how many Circle T ranches are out there? It's not like it was,
Right.
really
Yeah.
unique.
Yeah.
And
Well, and our brand is actually the brand that we've designed is a backwards E and an F that sets on top of the E. So the middle line is solid, and then you've got the
so it's
E
like
and
a
the F,
stick with 3 coming out one side and 2 coming out
and
the
two
other.
coming out the other.
Right. Well, that up there, that's our brand right there. Jim actually made that out of rebar, that brand, and then we had somebody make a sign for it.
Cool.
And we actually, when you would walk into the barn, the very big beam that ran across, he branded it with that brand. And so I told the guy, I said, I don't care what you burn on the barn, but I
I'll be
want
right back.
that piece.
Yeah.
I want that piece, and I want to put it above my fireplace, but I don't know if they've even found it yet.
Right.
Because
That'd be
that
nice if
fire
they
the
did.
other day, that's just a small portion of the barn that's been shoved into a pit and set on fire.
Oh, wow.
There's still a lot. It was a huge barn.
Wow.
Huge barn. And I loved spending time down there with my animals.
That's too bad.
It is. It
Went with
really
the
is.
wind.
I had a little patio table set up down there with chairs and pillows, and and I decorated it. I decorated the barn. I would go down there in the morning and have coffee, and all my little donkeys would come around and my goats would come around. And I just love spending time down there. And my dairy goat waited for me to show up one morning, and then she just called to me, and I sat with her in the corner while she had her baby. And so many special memories in that barn, but it was just in bad shape. And if it would have been in better shape, I would have loved to have actually really dolled it up and have weddings out there. It would have been a great venue for weddings.
Yeah.
Because my sister's barn, when you walk in, it's got a low ceiling because it has the haymow up top. But this didn't. This was a big, just wide open barn. It just would have been perfect for weddings. But
right,
we used to have a lot of family get-togethers and stuff out there, but I'll miss it. But now I want to clear the whole barn, and it's got a concrete slab. I don't know if they put the concrete slab in after the tornado hit it last time, because when the tornado hit it, it lifted up the barn and slammed it back down, and it killed the hogs that were in there. And then they reshored it all up and did what they needed to do. But they poured concrete, and all across are little kitty cat footprints in the concrete. They're decades old.
Wow.
But what I want to do is I'm thinking about moving my raised garden bed out there and put all of my raised planters, and I can just drive my little John Deere in between to do weeding or deliver water or whatever I need to do. I want to put a greenhouse and my planters out there. But then after getting the garden flu a few weeks ago, it's like, do I really want a bigger garden? I don't know that I need a bigger garden. It's a lot to take care of.
It is.
It's like I'm trying to figure out now what we can plant in the fall and in the winter for our area. That way we can keep our garden going year round.
What growing zone are you in?
I'd have to look. I forgot.
I'm in 5B.
I think it's 6. I think it's 6B, but I'm not 100%.
I want to do garlic.
Yeah.
I really want to do. I just want to do a whole container of garlic.
I did garlic last year. It turned out really good. Well, it came out this year, last fall.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in those growing zones, I mean, Brussels sprouts will grow for you. I mean, they'll grow with snow on them. Swiss chard is
I love Swiss chard.
Really frost hardy. Kale is really frost hardy. Not as much as Swiss chard. Swiss chard can handle some, and if you throw a sheet over stuff when it gets really cold, it can withstand a lot.
Well, and we're going to put down like that garden plastic or that garden mesh stuff.
Yeah.
We'll put that down after we get it all tilled up, all the rocks out of it, and get it prepared. Then we'll put that over it. I'll put it into rows, put that over it. Then we'll cut our slits, and that's where we'll plant.
Right.
Have you seen where they'll walk through with just like a flamethrower and burn the holes in it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
My wife doesn't let me play with fire anymore.
Oh no. Papa Jim has one of those flamethrowers like that.
That sounds
hooked up to a propane tank. And when we lived in California and we were living in our fifth wheel, and he loved to smoke meats and do barbecues and stuff, he would actually start his smoker with that. And we had the people in the trailer in the fifth wheel next to us come running outside. They thought a hot air balloon was going to land on top of their trailer.
Oh no.
Because they heard the blasts of the fire. And where we lived was there was a lot of hot air balloons at the time and stuff. And they were just in a panic because they thought a hot air balloon was going to crash into them.
Right.
So we actually left living on the third green of a golf course to come out here and live on a farm.
Wow.
So it was a big. It was, but I was.
That's a big change.
It was a big change. We ended up on the golf course because, like I said earlier, my husband worked for General Motors for 23 years,
Right.
and they held on to our mortgage. They had our mortgage
Mm-hmm.
because they offered a special friends and family mortgage for their employees.
Oh,
Well,
wow.
General Motors shut down 1,200 dealerships, and so all of a sudden, my husband didn't have a job, and they held the mortgage.
Mm.
And then the government bailed them out, but all of their employers didn't get bailed out. So we ended up just letting the house go after waiting 2.5 years for it to be built. And we ended up living in our fifth wheel.
Right. Yeah.
And
There's
then
a lot
hubby
of
said, "You
people
want to
with,
go to Iowa?" And I said, "Yep." And I sold my dream car and we let the trailer go. And now we're living on a farm.
yeah, that's kind of where we're at. But we sold our dream car and bought our farm. Our farm. We bought our land in Tennessee, and now we're like kind of stuck because if we don't sell this house for the proper amount, then we don't have the money for the infrastructure over there
Right.
because we use the money
Right.
to buy the land. So it's like, yeah. So we're hoping we get out of here.
I hope so. I know you've been putting a lot of work into getting ready to move.
Yep. So,
So
and it's
what kind of dreams do you have for your property? Like, do you want to build a barn dominium or a ranch style? What are your
well, my
thoughts?
husband wants to build an ICF house, but we'll probably do a barnuminium to start off with, just because you can get kits and we can do it ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
So
Have you
we're
seen
looking
those
at
new
that.
3D printing houses that they're doing?
I've not seen that.
Yeah, they're doing 3D printing houses and they're using concrete. They're 3D printing concrete
Hmm.
houses, and they are beautiful. And I mean, for everything that goes on, they're actually pretty reasonably priced.
You know, out here, you can get a she shed for like $5,000.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get a couple she sheds.
Well, we were looking into the Amish cabins too, and for like a 16 by 40, you're looking at, oh, is it even 16? I think it's 14 by 40, something like that. You're looking at like 17,000, which isn't bad, but that's got nothing in it either.
Right.
Right.
And so, but
I shall return again.
Then we started thinking about the barnuminium because you can do the half barn, half house,
Mm-hmm.
and you got stuff to store. Like, we got a house full of stuff. We're not going to bring it all with us, but just to store the other stuff while we're building. So we don't know. We don't know. We want to build something ourselves and put our hands into our land, and that's really our dream.
Right.
And my husband would like to put an airstrip on there, but
Well, you got the room.
yeah, we'd have to clear a lot more trees.
Does he
But
have his pilot license or something?
he's been trying to get his pilot's license. But we've kind of, we've stopped that because it's such an expensive process. So he's, ow, I got a bad shoulder. So he's, yeah, and we just want to homestead at a bigger, you know, um, bigger degree. Right now we're on a quarter acre here, but I don't have a lot of light. We're backed up to a park that has
Mm-hmm.
trees, and so we don't have a lot of light. But
So
we're
it
doing
taxes
okay.
your garden.
Yeah. It's amazing we can grow what we grow, though. So it's pretty awesome. But yeah, I just need more light. And I'm always like, but if I had more light.
And Chris, how many acres are you guys on? I forgot.
Just under 10.
Under 10.
But
See, I would be fine with 10, but of course my husband had to go for 160. I
the
mean,
property to the north of us, um, the woman that owns that, when she passes away, it goes to her kids. That's their inheritance. And I bought my house and property from her son,
mm,
and he doesn't want anything to do with the land. And so he has asked me if I wanted it,
oh, okay.
and we said yes. And I told him, I said, I don't know. I said, I probably, depending on when it happens, I said, we may not be able to get a loan for it. And he was like, don't worry about it. We'll work something out. He's like, you can use it, grow cows on it, do whatever you want to with it. And then we'll work something out as far as payment and stuff like that until I can get the loan to pay it all off.
Right. Ormsby Farm is going to be putting out a collaboration, and I'll be doing a video on finding your homestead. And I'm just going to pretty much just share what I know based on what we did, what we found here, and how it worked, and some things some pitfalls to look for or to avoid, or looking into things like what you're saying with this person. I mean, there'll be processes to go through with that gentleman for you to either use or purchase that land.
Yeah.
And
Right.
the importance of getting a lawyer involved in your contract and making sure that everything is. A lot of people out here, they're afraid of the contract sales because people move in, they destroy the property, and they move out.
Right.
Then on the other hand, the person who's selling the property, they have all of the balls in their corner.
Right.
And
Well, and he comes
do
back and
nothing
visits
wrong.
his mom, and he comes down to the house. He sees all that we've done to the property that we've got. He knows that I take care of that fence line that runs, her property and ours.
Mm-hmm.
So if anytime I see it break or it's loose or anything like that, I fix it. And, I typically don't say anything to them. I just fix it and go on. So, I mean, they know how we are. And
Right.
so he's like, he would rather it go to us and it stay together than for somebody to come in, buy it, throw chicken houses on it.
Right. Right. It was something we had to convince the people when we bought this place. Is a lot of the farmland around here just they buy up these little farms, and then they raise down, they raise the houses and turn it all into farmland.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's more money to them. It's worth more than leaving the house on it. And
Yep.
they weren't particularly in love with this place. They probably wouldn't have cared what we had done with it. But we told them, we're not going to raise it. We're not going to flatten it all out and turn it into farmland. We'll love the house and we'll work on the house and it'll be a home.
Yep.
So, but they didn't know us from Adam. But they protected their interests, as I understand now, that they should have. But they held all of the cards.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, if we were one day late with a payment, it could have been end of contract. They could have kept all the money we had given them and we'd be out.
Yep. And it's funny because they had it listed. I drove by and saw the sign, and so I drove down there to kind of see it because me and Sarah were looking. We weren't married at the time. We were just dating. And I drove down there and looked at it and introduced myself to them. They were, they're amazing people. They're good people. And they actually went through, and there were some fees and stuff that we were afraid wasn't going to get covered under the VA home loan. I told him, I was like, look, I explained to him that with a VA home loan, there are processes that we have to go through that's totally different than if it's just a regular loan.
Right.
And there were some fees that he felt, that him and his wife felt that, he was like, well, I don't know if they'll cover this or cover that. They covered those fees for us.
Yeah.
And we didn't ask them to, you know, but they did. They covered those fees for us. And then when the loan and everything went through, we were just thrilled. And we told them, it was like, take your time, you don't have to rush or anything like that.
Bye,
And we kind
Donna.
of set a date, for they were moving out, we were going to move in. And we actually helped them load their U-Haul and move out. And they left us the deep freeze, the big deep freeze that just went out. They
Wow.
left us that full of food. They left a recliner. They left a king size bed. I mean, they left quite a few things, in the house because they were just like, we just felt that you guys needed this stuff because they knew they knew that we had both just went through divorces, you know, a year or so before and knew that we didn't have a whole lot. And so they basically just said, look, we don't want to take this down. We don't want to take it apart. We don't want to load it up. Do you want it? Yes, we'll take it. And so they left it.
Wow.
Utilize what you can.
Right. And so we've gradually, replaced that stuff and it's been a blessing. But yeah, he's like, use it, do what you want to with it. It's got a nice pond on it.
Oh, that's nice.
So we talked about, possibly building in the far back corner, but we don't know. We'll see what happens.
We're thinking about coming up with something that's a single level living for us, just the two of us, and then letting our son that has the two kids take over the house.
Yeah.
And then he can buy the farm from us, and that will supplement anything we need for building something for us. We'll see. I've got 2 boys and 4 grandkids out here, so we have to make sure it's fair for everybody.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what we talked about doing is building that and letting Jacob take over the house.
Mm-hmm.
But it kind of depends on where he goes to college, what he's going to do after college. If he wants to come back, then we'll work that out. But
Right.
so it's kind of going to depend on what he does and wants to do. But there'll always be a house for him there.
Oh yeah. Yeah. We have a workshop, and we just had all a new roof and new siding put on it and everything in the last few years. Steel siding and roof. And I think it would be a perfect little 1-layer place for us to put all we need is a bedroom and a living area in the kitchen, and we could do a composting toilet and a little shower or something. But Papa Jim's going to put a hoist in there. I think he's planning ahead.
Yes.
I think he's planning ahead that if things go sideways with requirements and mandates and stuff, he'll have a hoist and he can just do work out here at the farm.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody wants to bring their car over for repairs.
Yeah.
That's what he'll do.
Yep.
Are you drinking some almond water there so you can up your production?
Yeah. I'm drinking a smoothie, a shake kind of.
I was going
protein
to
drink.
ask you guys because it's just us in here now. I'm holding my laptop on my lap and I'm not eating and my stomach is gurgling. You can't hear it on that end, can you? Okay,
No.
good.
Mm-mm.
No, that's my stomach started gurgling, and my dogs are like, "Hey, I want out." And
I know my chickens are probably out there going, "Hey, we've eaten all the bugs we can reach. You should be out here feeding
Right.
us."
I did that before I came on. I'm like, I better go take care of the chickens, and then I got caught
I
up.
was going to. And then I thought, what if I slip and fall and then I don't make it back inside?
Then I won't make my
We
life.
would,
I won't make my life.
we would all be in
True.
chat going, "Where is she? What happened?"
Right?
Yeah.
StreamYard's messing up again yet today. Then I would just lay out there and die. But this
Poor
way, if I go out
Lisa.
there and fall, it's only a few hours till somebody shows up.
I felt bad for her yesterday when
Oh,
StreamYard was messing up.
I know she was so excited to get that group on for her
Mm-hmm.
interview.
Who else had issues with StreamYard?
Probably everybody that day.
Gail was supposed to come on live yesterday. She never showed up. I don't know what happened there. I was hoping she was okay. And
Yeah.
then Lisa had trouble on Monday.
Yeah.
I don't know. I did see that Scott did his, is Facebook gone video and it went viral. Stinker.
I
His what video?
Is
his
Facebook gone?
Facebook gone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, did
That's
you read
funny.
my comment on that?
No, I didn't.
I was like, "That's funny, conspiracy theory."
Yeah.
I did notice that just a few weeks ago, my Berkey water filtration system only had a couple of hundred views. And now it is it over 2,000? I think it's over 2,000.
Wow.
Like something happened and it blew up.
Oh wow.
So I thought that was kind of cool.
That is cool.
And so somebody got a hold of it and it's just really going. It's really a great way to do your water filtration system if you guys are ever looking into it. We can't get Berkey's here in Iowa.
Mm.
We have great well water, so I ain't worried about it.
Do you? See, we don't. Oh, we have terrible well water. Like if I make iced tea with our well water, midday it's starting to smell.
Oh, weird.
Yeah,
Ugh.
yeah. So I think our wells I think my husband said 170 feet, but we're surrounded by this farmland. We don't know what gets into the aquifer.
Right.
And we've got the old pipes, the wells, I don't know, 100 feet away from the house. And it's got to come in all those old pipes up into the house to get here. We don't have the money to replace that.
Right.
So I use the
Our
Berkey.
our well is 520 feet deep, and we're setting at about 497. So we're in the Rubidoo. We're in the lowest aqueduct,
No.
so nothing gets down there.
The Rubidoo, huh?
The Rubidoo,
I've never
what they
heard
call
that
it.
term.
In California, there was a town called Rubidoux, but it's probably spelled the same way as your
Hi,
Rubidoux.
Nisi.
Yeah, we're still live.
Well,
We're just,
We're just chatting, just hanging.
just chatting.
I'm too
And of
lazy to get
course,
up
I
off the
plugged my
chair.
phone
To
in, and
starve
it's
over
still
there.
not. I plugged my phone in to charge it, and it's still losing power. So I'm gonna have to go before my phone dies,
Yeah.
and we'll see you guys in either Scott's live or in ours on Monday because we have a special guest coming in
Uh-huh.
Monday,
Nice. What time is yours, Scott?
7:30.
Or Scott?
Sometimes I make them and sometimes I don't. It just depends on poor Papa Jim, what kind of day
Yeah.
he's had. There are so many
7:30.
lives. I feel bad for him to come home at the end of the day and me just to, basically ignore him to be on lives.
What time?
Right.
What time's
What time
Chris?
zone? Because I'm in. Oregon.
Central Standard Time.
Okay.
Just a moment.
He's making me dizzy.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing this. So, Lazy Days Ahead says, sorry, Laura. I was confused. I think it was another person that was building it. I must have missed something.
Yeah. Building what?
Oh. She wanted to know how the Partridge Family bus was coming along. I think she's got you confused with somebody else.
Oh, no, we're not building a Partridge Family bus.
I would. If I was younger and I didn't have the health issues that I had now, we have 3 grain silos on the other side of where that barn fell down. I'd love to turn those into little Airbnbs.
Oh, that would be cool. Yeah.
I would love to, because when the county fair comes and people need a place to stay, I'd love to just offer it up for them to come stay out at the farm. We have a local B&B here, and they used to bring their customers out here to the farm to see a real farm and meet the goats. And I remember one lady from New York, she'd never seen a chicken.
Oh my goodness.
Never seen a chicken, and she got to put her hands underneath the hen and collect the eggs, and totally freaked out, but she loved it.
Whoa.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Everybody in the chat went,
Who needs to go to Disneyland when you can do that?
yeah.
That's right.
But I would love to turn those 3 grain silos into little Airbnbs, but I just don't have the energy, cool. And we don't have the money.
No, we're not building a bus. And we thought about doing a camper, but my husband has a hard time fitting in stuff, so it's...
He seemed rather tall.
Yeah, he's 6'10", so it's...
Oh, well.
Yeah, it's not easy for him to fit in things. So...
His feet probably
8
hang
foot
off.
doorways.
Huh?
I said 8 foot doorways.
Yeah, yeah.
I was saying his feet probably fall off the end of the bed.
Yeah, we have a California king, so it's not too bad, but almost.
Almost.
Yeah.
We want to get a school bus and we want to bury it.
Oh.
With the stairs down to the back emergency doors.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's where we'll keep all of our stash stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a pipe dream. That'll never happen. It would be fun,
who was it that did that? They did that in Texas, and I'm drawing a blank. Anyways,
my boys have all kinds of crazy ideas for things like that.
Yeah.
You know, if something happens, we'll all go down in the bus. People will raid the property. They won't even know we're there. Right. Things like that.
Except for the smokestack.
Camouflage it. Nobody would know it's there.
Yeah.
Put a little bush over it.
Yeah. Yeah. But
yeah,
I don't know. They talk about stuff like that all the time, and I'm just hoping we never even get to that point.
Yeah. I tell you, it's frustrating, though. Right now, they're going after my sister's. She's an RN. They're going after her license. Here in Oregon, they have to do the extreme of everything, so.
Well, I've got family down in California. It's getting extreme there, too.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I do, too, but they're fine with it, so. My son and daughter have drank the Kool-Aid and swimming in the Kool-Aid, and so it's hard to have, for me, it's hard because you're like, how are you doing? You know, you want to say, how are things down there? How, they just don't talk about it. It's like they're living in their own little bubble.
Yeah.
So.
You ain't gonna catch me drinking that Kool-Aid.
No, me either.
My one boy in California, he tells me, he says, Mom, this is the hill I will choose to die on. So, and now they're saying that all school age children.
Yeah.
And I know he will absolutely not. They've been doing.
They're saying that here too.
Homeschool. They've homeschooled her since day one.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she's in 5th grade this year. But it's through a charter school. So I don't know what the charter school will, because he said all charter schools too. But I don't know how that's going to affect charter schools who have students who are enrolled as homeschoolers.
Right.
But he won't do it.
Yeah. Jacob said that if they mandated it for them, he would go online.
Yeah.
Because he said, I'm not doing it.
But see, my other son, I'm sure they will. They'll do it.
Yeah.
That grandson's a junior in high school now, and I'm sure they'll do it.
Yeah.
But
I mean, yeah.
I don't know.
It's just so frustrating. So
I admit to and we're all talking in strange code, but I mean I admit to being on the fence every once in a while because I just don't know which way to go.
Oh, I do too.
And you know, I haven't told a lot of people, but you know, I've lost almost 20 pounds in the last 6 weeks
Oh,
without trying.
That's awesome.
Without trying.
Oh, that's not good.
That's not good.
I'm sleeping a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't get in to see anybody because of my asthma. And if they hear my asthma, they want me to go to a sick clinic, and I don't want to go to a sick clinic. I think my big fear is my fear is I'm having a recurrence, or maybe that pre-diabetic status has now gone to diabetes, and maybe it's that. But I'm afraid I won't be able to get any kind of treatment if I don't do what I am told I need to do.
Right.
So
I'm kind of there with you. I mean, I've had the talk from my doctor through email, in person, in phone call. They really want me to get it too because of my history with cancer. And I haven't been sick once. I mean, I've got allergies and a little bit of cold, but I haven't had any sickness here. And I just, it's like taking my vitamins. I've got my pill packs, and
Right.
everything's lined up, and just being very cautious and not exposing myself. I'm very cautious about exposing myself.
well,
As am I.
I'm in the medical field and have not seen a benefit from it.
Yeah.
What? I'm sorry.
You and how many other thousands of people. So somebody needs to start paying attention to that. There's a reason.
I didn't hear what he said.
I said I'm in the medical field and I have not seen a benefit from it.
Right. I'll turn you guys the other way.
Because when it first come out and I got the call, it wasn't put in these exact words, but I was told that I could not get it, which is 100% false. So even if you do take it, you can still get it and you can still transmit it.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of people don't understand. They think, oh, you know, I'm done, I got it all and
Sorry, I'm having issues.
I won't ever catch it. And that's not the truth at all. That is not the case.
Yeah, 100%.
But I also tell people that there are benefits. Um, there are some benefits, but they need to be sure to really do their research. And that's just not for this one. This is for all.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not just singling this one out. It's all of them. So
That's why I always refer to my brother, who's a pharmacist.
Yeah.
For anything. Should I take this? Should I get that? And he'll say, I think you're okay doing this. Or he'll say, absolutely not. You're not doing that one. And it was the same when my mother was alive. I'd say, the nursing home wants to do this with mom. Nope.
Right.
Don't do it.
yep.
Right.
Okay. I'm going to be calling him here. He's been so busy lately. I'm going to ask him this year, should I get the pneumonia vaccine this year? Sometimes I wonder if I need to get that because I've had pneumonia so much since chemo. But my fear is and I think it's a valid fear, is if I don't drink, I can't get treatment if I'm having a recurrence.
Mm.
So in order to get treatment, am I going to have to comply?
Right.
Which one's going to take me out?
As of right now, that is not the case.
I don't think it's the case here now either. I think it's just a fear that I have since the last 6 weeks.
Well,
6 weeks I've really been watching.
and I think it's a real fear because I mean, look how they treated my mom and this little girl that went into the hospital and didn't take the drink before they went into the hospital. They were treated horribly. I mean, their care was horrible too in the hospital because everybody was so afraid to treat her in the hospital, which
Well, and I'm hearing too that there's just compassion fatigue.
mm-hmm.
I don't want to be on that end of that.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I don't even know how we got on this subject other than me talking about losing 20 pounds.
Yeah.
I'm also thinking, if I look back, if there is something going on with me, maybe I'm just losing weight, I don't know. But if there is something with me going on, which I've only mildly brought up to Papa Jim, I'm almost wondering if I could look back on the calendar and coincide it with my garden flu.
Mm.
I mean, I was out there every day doing stuff, and then I just started getting really tired.
Mm.
And I'm wondering if it's not just because the garden wasn't exciting to me anymore, aka garden flu, or is it there's something going on with me and that's why I just didn't have the energy
Right.
to go out and take care of the garden anymore. I slept till 1 yesterday.
Wow.
I slept most of the day yesterday.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yep.
Yeah.
Might just be that I'm a lazy ass. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. I mean, it could be just stress too, but when you've been down that road, you got to be careful. And,
Yeah. Yeah. Every little twinge of pain,
oh, I know.
every little thing.
I get tested every 6 months. I get the squeeze because it's so thick in my family, breast cancer, and it's not fun.
Yeah. I've not had a CT now in almost 2 years.
Oh wow.
And I'm supposed to have a CT scan every year, but first I had a really terrible oncologist and now he's finally left. And then this hit, and we'll change the subject now.
Yeah.
Hi Donna, welcome back.
Hello, Donna.
I hope your
Well,
doctor's appointment by Skype went good.
I am down to 19%, so
All right, my
All
friend.
right, bye, Chris. Thank
we
you
will catch y'all later.
I
for
love
sharing
my
your
cow
knowledge.
bag. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then that other family will be blessed.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I appreciate
That's like
it.
Sarah told you in the comment. We figured that would end up happening.
It is.
So that's why, when she saw that, she brought it home and I was like, who's that for? Alicia. I was like,
I
alrighty
love
then.
it. I love it. If you would put in front of me one or the other, I'd grab that cow.
Mm-hmm.
So it worked out perfect because I love the cow, and then the other thing, well, it's just the couple of us here, and just so you know, I'm sending it up to Erin.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'm sending it to
Yeah.
Erin. It was on my heart,
Mm-hmm.
and I know. I mean, she's been put in the COVID unit. I need to come up with a word that you can if you say shit, and then you could say shiitake mushroom. She's dealing with that stress, and they've got
Yeah.
3 small boys, and then Daniel having the accident. And I know she probably makes enough, but she was saying the other day, she said after I had said I wanted to do this, she even said she was kind of worried about him not working and what they were going to do. And when that accident happened, it was put on my heart to just forward it to them. So take the stress off of one meal for the boys, or take them somewhere or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something. Yeah.
It was funny because in our live, I was like, I was so hopeful, that I was like, okay, there are certain people here that I hope wins, but we don't have control of the wheel. It's 100% random. We just push it and it spins,
Right.
and where it stops, it stops. But there are a couple of, families that even now recently,
Mhm.
with Humberto and stuff, that,
Yeah.
it's like I want to do something for them, but just can't,
Yeah.
and it breaks my heart to not be able to as much as I want to. So,
Well, it's like when this first was put on my heart, and I told Jim, I said, it's because we live paycheck to paycheck. I mean, we get to where he's like, don't spend any money at the grocery store. And could that be beneficial to me? Yes, but it put it on my heart that it needed to go there. But then he had a decent paycheck this time, and he said, you know what? Go ahead and buy what Lisa wanted you to buy to bring yourself joy, and consider it that E3 to Yogi Farm to you. And he says, I'll cover that. So in essence, you are utilizing it what it was intended for. And then I'll cover it so you can still send that on to Aaron.
Yeah.
And, even, I don't know, maybe their numbers are better than what we realize, but I think it's you open it up and you've got somebody that has sent something that's going to take just a little bit off of your plate, and she can do something nice for the boys.
Yeah.
Like I said, even if it's just taking them
yeah,
out ice cream, or
It's the blessing of.
I just want it to be a blessing, and I
Yeah.
wanted to do it so it wasn't offensive to either your family or to Lisa, thinking that I didn't appreciate it, because I did.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciated that she passed it on to me, and it that gave me a lot of joy. But I also
which,
want to pay
it
it forward.
surprised us. It surprised us that, that Lisa passed it on to you. It really did. We wasn't expecting that.
I wasn't expecting that.
Um, Now, when Scott passed his shirt on, we expected that because he already had one, and when he won the tumbler, he was like, take me off the board. He was like, just take me off the board. This isn't fair, and I was like, okay. Because it did. It just kept, for some reason, it was liking his name.
Mm-hmm.
And, he was like, no, we're not going to do this. I mean, he was joking, with me a little bit. He was like, I'm going to be there just to win that $100, But I think if he would have won that, he would have given that up too. I really do think he would do that. And so it kind of surprised us, when Lisa passed it on to you. And then Sarah was just like, I've got this gut feeling that she's going to pay that forward to somebody else.
Yeah.
And so, like, it's amazing at how that all worked out,
Yeah.
because once it did go to Alicia, we were like, she was like, I just had this feeling that it was going to be paid forward. And so she wanted to do something special for you. And so that's
Right.
why,
And who knows what Aaron will do?
right. You never
He
know.
might pay it forward.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's a blessing that will ultimately land where it is most needed.
Most needed.
And I'll be honest with you. I'll be so honest with you. After I had contacted you and said, I want to pay it forward to somebody, and I'd already contacted Lisa, and so it's a go. And I'd already brought it up to Papa Jim, and it's a go. Then my youngest son, My youngest son had been invited to a concert. And so he went to a concert and he got out to help somebody back their vehicle into a parking space. And when he got out, his wallet fell out.
Oh no.
And it had every last cent that he had in it. Because he had worked for a company. He'd worked for a company for several years now, but they were working him to death. I mean, 80 hours a week. On call, he would drive 17 miles home, and then they would say, hey, you got to go out to this farm, because he worked water and wells. And, if you've got a hog site that goes down for water, those pigs are going to die.
Yep.
And so if he got a call at 2 a.m, he had to go out and fix that water line. And he was working 80 hours a week. He was always on call. And he had told his boss, my wife's complaining I'm never home. I need to cut back a little bit. And I want to get my GED and better myself. And they were like, well, don't plan on getting time off to go to school. And he finally got to the point where he said, I'm either going to have to pick my job or my family. And so he gave notice. And he did what he shouldn't have done, but he cashed out his 401k to live off of.
Oh, no.
And he had that in the wallet.
Oh.
So the money's gone.
Mm.
And we've made sure that his utilities and stuff are paid. And then we've got the pantry. They can come down for that. And but his CDL driver's license was in there.
Oh, wow.
Oh, geez.
His carry permit was in there.
Hmm.
And so I thought, oh man, I should give my kid that $100 gift card. And I thought, no, I can take care of him in other ways.
You're
That
welcome.
is still going to Aaron. That's going to Aaron, and he will be taken care of other ways. But it was just like, oh man, I just opened my mouth and then this happened. But there's a reason for it.
Right.
I just have to trust the reason for it.
Yeah.
But I just really felt something in my heart for Aaron. I really did. And like
It changes
I said,
people's lives. I went through with my ex, my first husband. He had a massive aneurysm and almost died. And the support that our church fellowship and people carried us financially for almost a year. And
cerebral aneurysm.
Yeah. And we end up walking out of that being able to buy a house and move on, and it changed our lives, this dramatic event. And we were okay. And just my kids will never forget that people were supporting us, taking care of us. And it wasn't a hand out, it was a hand up.
Sure.
Because we gave back to our church too, and so now when you can do it for somebody else, it's just an amazing thing, And so,
I remember when I was going through treatment, and I was dog sick when I was on chemo.
Yeah.
And one day a car pulled into the driveway, and this lady gets out, and she had a tureen of soup. And she knocked on the door, and I opened the door, and she said, "Is Margaret here?" And I said, "Margaret hasn't lived here for years." "Oh, well, our church heard that she had shingles, and we wanted to bring her some soup." And I said, "Well, Margaret doesn't live here anymore." And she says, "Okay." And she got back in her car with her soup and left. It's like, I'm standing before you, like on death's door. Do you not see a cancer? I know this sounds weird, but it was funny to me that you came to my home with soup for someone who was sick. We don't know where that person is now, and I don't get soup. But you were talking. This is a story I'll probably share it again another time. But my mother had an aneurysm rupture in her brain, and she was up at the Mayo Clinic. And I slept on the floor in the waiting room for 49 days to be with my mother. I lived in California at the time, so I flew out and stayed at the Mayo Clinic and slept on the floor. And I was in with my mom one day, and at this neurological ward, you have to be buzzed in. You can't just walk to the patient's room. You have to be buzzed in.
Yeah.
And it was a round room with the nurse's station in the center and then all the glass doors to all of the units, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was in there with my mom and I was giving her a manicure and she was in a coma. And this man walked in. Make sure my camera's right. This man walked in and he was in a suit. He was a tall man, dark hair. And he walked in and he handed me an envelope and he said, "My daughter thought you could use this."
Mm.
And I mean, I've got my mom's hand. I can't just drop my mom's hand. I had to place her hand back down and I picked up the envelope, and when I looked up, the man wasn't in the room anymore. And I opened the envelope and there was $100 in there.
Wow.
And I stood up to thank him. I walked out of the room and I said to the nurses, like, "Where did that man go?" And they said, "What man? What man?" "The man who just came in and gave me this envelope. We haven't buzzed anybody in."
Wow.
That was, yeah, I've got goosebumps now. It was the weirdest thing.
Mm-hmm.
It was and I needed money for food.
Yeah.
And so I had enough money to get some food at the cafeteria or leave the hospital and get something to eat.
Yeah.
My dad was only bringing
It's
me food
expensive
up
to
once
be
a
there
week.
bedside by somebody. Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad died of an aneurysm. First, my dad died and he was 57. And then 3 years later, my husband has this aneurysm and almost dies.
Mm.
So I knew what I was in for when we were in the hospital. But yeah.
I've asked the doctors, since it can be a hereditary condition, it's like, I really
yeah.
need to get my brain checked because my mother had 2 of them.
Yeah.
And they said, well, the only way we could do that is, to do an angiogram up through the groin, up into the brain. And it's like, okay, I'll wait.
They can do dyes though. They can do a CAT
They can
scan.
do a dye now with
Yeah.
CAT
Well,
scan.
this was, 20 years ago? I don't
Yeah.
know. They just told me at the time I would have to have an angiogram done.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, that's all right. I'll wait.
I need
But
to.
I've had my MRIs. I've got issues in my brain from, I've got a
Yeah.
lot of dead spots in my brain from the chemo and stuff, which is why I'm goofy. Well, I've always been goofy.
It's
But
okay. You're
yeah, who
goofy.
knows? Maybe one day, maybe not. But
All
it
right.
was strange that man walked in there. All
Chris
right,
is
my
like, I
friend.
got
It's
it.
so hard to say bye and actually go
No, you
when you're having
go.
so much fun.
No, you go. No, you go first.
When we're talking about serious stuff.
I
I
know,
know.
I know,
I know.
but everything's about to die on me. So
All right, Chris.
All right,
we will
friend.
see you guys later.
We'll see
All
you.
right, bye.
Bye.
Donna says bye. So, all right, my friend.
Yeah.
I could really just sit here and sleep all day, but I do need to get and feed those poor chickens.
Those
I
poor
told
guys.
myself I was going to make some videos today
Yeah, I need to
because my
make.
hair's done and I've got makeup on.
You look great.
Thank you. Except for this.
We
When
all.
I worked special ed and I worked one-on-one with
It's probably the weight loss that it's maybe a little more
maybe
noticeable because
maybe I need to put some back on. I worked with this one student and I've got big arms. I got my mother's arms.
I do
I
too.
worked with this one student. He was a quad in a wheelchair. And I was sitting next to his desk one day at school, and he just reached over and he just started playing with the underarm part of my fat on my arm.
Mm-hmm.
I just look at him. It gave him such comfort. I don't know what it was.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a security blanket for him to play with my arm fat.
So what did you do in
I
school?
just let him.
Were you a teacher in school or what?
Oh, no, I was a paraprofessional, one-on-one.
So was I.
Yeah, I did one-on-one, and then I moved to the administrative offices and worked with the senior psychologist for IEPs.
Mm.
But I loved my one-on-one time. But my kids graduated. I'd stay with them till they graduated, and then I went into the classroom as a classroom aide because they didn't have any students for me to be one-on-one. And then I went from there to a charter school, and then went to the admin offices to work with the senior psychologist.
Oh, nice.
But I loved one-on-one.
Yeah, me too. I worked at a school called Wheatley here in the Portland metro area, and it was all primarily autistic kids, And so, and it was a one-on-one school. The whole school was one-on-one because the kids were violent and had issues and all kinds of crazy stuff. And so I did that for about a year. But I've worked in either as a nurse's aide for like 35 years now. So in foster homes, and now I'm doing my own. So yeah. So yeah, it's you get a sense of humor. Not that you didn't have a sense of humor before then, but you find. I notice when you work that kind of a job, you find a sense of humor or amusement in the little things in life that are, so,
right.
Yeah.
My student, another time that I had him all set up, and he was special ed in the fact that he had the IEP, but he was general ed for his classes because he had it here. It was just his body didn't work. And one day I was trying to get past his wheelchair and I couldn't fit through. And I said, you turn your wheelchair on and scooch up a little bit so I can get by. So there's not enough room for me. I'm too big. And he looked up at me. I think I said I'm too fat. And he looked up and he had the biggest brown cow eyes with these long lashes. They were just beautiful. And he looked up and he fluttered his eyes at me and he says, you're not fat. I thought, oh. He goes, you're huge. I unplugged the batteries on his wheelchair. Little brat. Now you're stuck.
Yeah.
But he and I had the best relationship. Nobody would work with him. Nobody would work with him.
Yeah.
Because he had a reputation. And when they filed for a new aid for him, they said males apply only. They only wanted males applying because you had to toilet him and everything. And I applied anyways. I said, look, I've got 4 boys.
Yeah.
There's nothing he's going to do that's going to shock me or upset me. And, so I interviewed for it. And after the interview, I went out and found him out in the lunch commons. And he was out there with the adaptive PE teacher and a couple other kids from special ed. I introduced myself. I said, I might be your new aide. And he gave me the up and down. And he says, well, I won't take any of your shit. I said, well, I won't take any of your shit either. And then he just smiled. He knew.
Yeah.
And we were together, I think, 2.5 years.
Yeah. They know.
And he graduated with honors.
That's awesome.
I mean, such a neat kid. But I had taken him to the restroom one time, and on his good days, he could handle his urinal and everything himself. And we'd get all cleaned up when he was done, but I had forgotten to fasten his seatbelt. And we were on our way to class, and he said something to me, and I just kept on walking. And he could do one hand. He could move one hand with one finger. And he'd get all frustrated and goes, and his eyes would close when he would get mad, He closed his eyes and goes, you get your fat ass back here and fasten my seatbelt. But what he didn't realize was one of the teachers had walked around the corner.
Oh, funny.
And it's like, oh, you're in for it now.
Yeah, you're in big trouble.
Oh, that man was like, do you want me to take care of this for you? I said, oh, no, I've got it.
Yeah.
I've got it.
Yeah.
But anytime you get pissy with me, I would just unplug his wheelchair.
There you go.
Oh, my goodness. Casey's back. Yeah, we're still going. We're running out. We're running out the time here.
Yeah.
You should have said, well, you better have good aim for the toilet because I won't take your shit either. Oh, the person they had working with him had him peeing in a cup. Had him peeing in like a styrofoam coffee cup when he should have had a urinal. So I got him a urinal. He was such a fun kid, though.
Yeah.
Such a fun kid. We had such a good time. And if there were days that I had a bad, massive migraine or something, I would just hang on to the handle of his wheelchair and close my eyes and say, okay, let's just get to the next class. And I would trust him to drive me to the next class.
Yeah.
And I was always doing crazy things. You get a B on this test and I'll dye my hair purple. And so we would do funny things like that. Went to senior grad night with him and stuff. But God, I love that kid. I haven't heard from him in years now.
Yeah.
But
yeah, they're fun.
oh, I had such a good time with him. I'm still in contact with one of my families that I was the one-on-one for their daughter. And but I think the hardest time was when I was assigned to a little girl in 4th grade. And you know, sometimes you just get those parents.
Oh yeah.
And she required 2 aides
Mm-hmm.
in a general ed setting.
Mm-hmm.
And she was the closest thing I think to Helen Keller that you could find.
Yeah.
So no vision, hearing, nonverbal,
Mm-hmm.
choking hazard, in a chair. Her
Mm-hmm.
skin would tear when you would toilet her, pick her up, put her on the toilet, her skin would just tear and she'd bleed everywhere.
Oh.
But her parents, they were foster parents who took her in. She was a drug baby.
Mm-hmm.
And they insisted that there was more going on in her brain than what we were giving her credit for.
Mm-hmm.
And so they fought and fought and fought tooth and nail for her to be in a gen ed setting. And I would get home at the end of the day because I'd have to ride the bus with her and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And Jim would say, "How did your day go?" And I would just break out in tears. I couldn't even talk.
Yeah.
I couldn't even talk because I was so worried that she'd even live through the day. And there was so much pressure put on the two of us.
Right.
And when I would get her home, the parents would say, where are her 4th grade core spelling words?
Yeah.
Spelling words? I'm just
Yeah.
thankful I got her back to you alive after, you know, her nearly choking us,
Mm-hmm.
having to suction her during lunch.
I think, well, I'll tell you, my sister she actually sued the school that my nephew went to. He's adopted. And he was a victim of shaken baby syndrome. And so this kid is in a wheelchair, has to be positioned just show, and all this stuff. And they they put these kids in mixed classrooms, and he's very medically fragile, blind, so he can't see what's coming. Can't won't put his arms out to support himself if he falls or anything like that. Um, and this kid was put into a standard, and they didn't put the strap on him. They walked away, and he fell and broke both of his femurs.
Mm.
And because he's totally nonverbal, has no way to communicate, they didn't catch. They sent a note home. They didn't catch that he had broken femurs. Um, they sent a note home saying this child. We gave him Tylenol because he seemed a little bit moody
Mm.
during the day. They didn't say he had a fall. They didn't say anything. They didn't say maybe you want to take him to the doctor. Um, you know, any of this stuff. And um, so he has the one broken femur that my sister's like lifting him up and realizing he's in a lot of pain every time she moves him. She's an RN, and um, takes him to the doctor. They take pictures of that leg, and um, sure enough, he's got a broken femur, a very badly shattered broken femur. And then so they have to do surgery and everything and cut the bone, which shortens the leg and does all this stuff. And then 2 weeks later, after that, they find out the other femur's broken too. And they never apologized, checked up on him.
You can't because it constitutes guilt.
Yeah.
Can't.
Yeah. And so she had to sue the school, and you know, and I felt bad because I know what it's like to work in a school setting and work with that and how accidents can happen. But this was pure, you know, and I know that sometimes you can be like in the school that I worked with, we're looking at like 175 students that are all one-on-one, and a good majority two-on-one. and things happen. And
But can you imagine your 2-on-1 in a gen ed setting?
No, I couldn't imagine that, because I mean, in a and that's the thing is, they've in that school, the handicapped kids were kept away from the other kids, but in a regular school, these kids are put in the same room, medically fragile, next to kids that can be violent and cause problems, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
She would have screaming fits.
Yeah.
She would have screaming fits, and I came in as a temp, and the other aide would tell me every day, put your hair in a ponytail, because she pulls hair.
Mm-hmm.
And then when she does these screaming fits, she would just hand feed her the cheddar goldfish. And that was the only way to keep her quiet.
Yeah.
And I thought, all these other kids, they're not getting their education because there's such a distraction of screaming. And you're feeding her these little fish. And then if she's not quiet, they would take her outside and put her in front of a wall. She's blind. I don't know what that does, and she couldn't hear. She was so medically fragile that they really just didn't even know the degree of hearing loss, the degree of vision loss, nonverbal. But she had this computer, and I had to type in her core spelling words into the computer. How do you spell fish? And she would just hit it randomly until the F would come up, and then it would say good. And then she'd hit it until she could take her 2 hours to spell a word. But is it just luck because she's hitting the computer?
Right.
And the parents are like, no, she knows what's going on in there. And that's fine. I loved her. When she wasn't pulling my hair, she was a sweet little girl. I loved her.
Jonah pulls my hair, my foster kid.
I loved her, but it was so maddening to me that the first element of concern when I would get off the school bus with her was, where's her homework? As opposed to, thank God you brought my child home alive today.
Right.
And it was always that way. And it was so maddening for me. And I could just remember crying and crying and crying.
Yeah.
Should I leave your life and go watch your freezing tomatoes video? Oh, is that hitting now? Did I set it up as a premiere? I don't know. I don't even know what I've got going on. I know I have a video somewhere coming up. Did I set it up? It's just a video. It's not a premiere, right? Casey? That's 2 minutes ago somebody watched it. If it was a premiere, I missed it.
Oopsie.
Whoops. I don't think I have it set up as no premiere. So it's just really one of those things where it's like I had no makeup on and no hair, and I was like, oh, I'll just record this.
Yeah.
Throw it up there.
Oh, I do most of my stuff without makeup on. So
I want to, I don't know, I want to put a little effort in. So
right.
Otherwise, I don't know.
It's everybody's comfort zone, right?
Right. It is.
It's.
I mean, like, I'm just freaking out that I don't got my lip gloss on right now. Casey, did you see this? Did you see that, Casey? Woo, right there. Did you see my first coffee mug? Look at all the lip gloss. That's where all my lip gloss went.
So you said your son did your logo?
Yeah. This is an actual picture of me that he cartoonized, and then he added a chicken.
Nice.
And then once I got a hold of it, I put it in paint, and I took off, like I had this little line right here. That showed up. I took that off. And then for some reason where I was smiling, I had a little crease by my eye, and it looked like a teardrop. So I was like, I got to get rid of that prison tattoo. And then I had a line down my neck, and so I took that off.
Right. It turned out
you saw my mug on a mug.
Saw my mug in a mug, yeah.
My mug on a mug. So, I mean, there's days where I'm just, if I'm not feeling good and I'm looking especially cruddy and I'm not even dressed, I'll
Yeah.
try to throw together a video that doesn't have me in it. But I usually won't do a video. I've done videos without hair and makeup, but I try to, because it's for my grandkids. My grandkids are seeing it in California and my kids are seeing it in California.
Yeah.
And I don't want them to worry thinking, oh, mom's looking pretty punky.
Yeah.
So I try to do a little something. Got a reputation to uphold, you know.
Oh, I know.
Especially since some people see this since my beauty pageant days. I don't want to come off like I've totally let myself go, even though I have. Donna says she needs to check out the mugs. I got more mugs coming in the mail. One might come today. I did some with a logo. I did some with a cute little picture, and I did some with just sayings on it, like salutations and welcome to the farm.
Yeah.
So in case somebody doesn't want my mug on a mug, they can just have a saying. And if I only buy them for myself and then buy some to give out on giveaways, then that's just worth it.
Yeah.
So, but I'm getting tired. You're getting tired. I can see
Yeah.
it. You're like, God, I wish she would shut up for long Monday.
I got
I don't want
videos
to
to
be the
do
one to
too.
have to end this. I'm hoping she ends it soon. So, but I appreciate you guys showing up. We'll go ahead. We'll call it at 4 hours and 5 minutes. Oh my God.
Well, you used some of those hours up.
I used some of those hours and got absolutely nothing accomplished here on the farm today. But I'll at least go make the bed. And I did throw in a load of laundry, so not all is lost.
Yeah.
But all right. Well, thanks for hanging out with me today,
It
Laura.
was fun. It was fun.
It was fun. I am getting interviewed by Wide Family Farm, so
Nice. Cool.
keep an eye out for that.
I will.
Your family doesn't watch any of your crap? They're Casey?
My family doesn't either. My
My
mom
family
does.
catches it from time to time. I just kind of feel like it's there. It's there, and hopefully it'll be there.
Right.
Like with my granddaughter. I share my granddaughter with Donna. So Donna gets to see her granddaughter in the videos. And, years from now, maybe she'll be able to look back and say, oh, I snapped beans with my grandma. So,
Yeah.
But on that note, thank you, Laura.
All right.
Goodbye, Casey. Good night, Donna. Good night, Donna. Goodbye, Donna. I think those are the only two holdouts we've got. I'm going to say goodnight. I'm going to get up, feed the chickens, and do a load of laundry.
All right. You get to it. Bye.
Bye.